Symposium. And we're right here from Kisii University at the Kisii University Amphitheater Hall. Now to begin with our after break session, I'll bring a set of entertainment from the Kisii University Drama Group. Kisii University Drama Group, the stage is yours. Mwapigie makofi kuja the Kisii University Drama Group. Drama Group, let's proceed kindly because of time.
Nyota yenu itapaa, bora ni safi. Ala kwa
hii makofi wapigie kwa mzee wa Kisii University ya Makuru. Thank you so much, Kisii University. Ladies and gentlemen, for the reason as to why we are here today, we need to start because we're so late. I'd like to call our first speaker of the day. That is Ms. Corazon, who is the acting chief manager, tax education. Pigeni makofi anapokuja Ms. Corazon. Keep on connecting, keep on following and sharing the link. Karibu sana Maraka.
Good afternoon. So I'll be speaking about how we can run the universities as tax education outlets. So before I start, tafakari, what an outlet mean? Then shut tafakari. Then I'll quickly go to my first slide of my presentation. And I'll say it starts with the mindset. Starts with the. So have you ever heard of the cocktail mindset? The cocktail mindset. Has anyone ever heard of the cocktail mindset? So if I ask you what is cocktail, what will you say cocktail is? Huh? Cocktail ni nini? Ni? Ati nini? Ni whiskey? Ati cocktail ni nini? Yes? This a mixture. So cocktail is a mixture. Some say it's whiskey and I've had my own thing. A mixture of what? So anyway, there's something we call a cocktail mindset. And the reason why we call it a cocktail mindset is because it's a mixture, as you rightly put it. But it's a mixture of what? Depending on who you're dealing with, the cocktail mindset might mean different things. If you go to my second slide, depending on who you're dealing with. Ukiniambia nikiwa kwa ofisi, tukimaliza tutaenda cocktail. Naniona hapo chini. For me, cocktail, I will go and mingle with people as I start and get to network. That is what cocktail will mean to me. If you take it to our children, for them cocktail will mean fruit salad. No, kipatia ni mpoa. You're just talking about mpoa and mpoa has who. It will mean drinks. Raha. So same thing, a whole different meaning. So it starts with your mindset. We cannot brand universities as tax education outlets if the mindset is not right. Have you ever heard of a virus? Virus nini? What is virus? What is virus? What is virus? Okay, viral inakaa Gen Z munaelewa. Na viral trend. So there is something that I'd like to call virus versus viral. Actually, viral comes from the word virus. And for virus to be able to thrive, it needs a very conducive environment. Virus alone, if it does not have a conducive environment, it will not be able to thrive. So, as you're using and branding the tax ambassadors and the universities, we need to make that approach. There is a virus that needs to spread, if possible, come a COVID. It started with one person, you can be rest assured. At the center of it was one person. But what is this person spreading? As a matter of fact, why I started with cocktail, the cocktail mindset. If I was to ask all of you about taxation, all of you will give me a different answer. And if you think I'm joking, go ask home. Some will say it's a good thing. It's the same thing. Others will say it's the worst thing that has ever happened. Others will say it is robbing us. So we need to get to that space where we are using this tax message to go viral. Viral. Let's make it trend in a positive way. Let's get to that cocktail and more that tax is good and this is the direction that you are going to use at the end of the day. So if you can go to my next slide. Of course, for us to come to university, there had to be a reason. We did not just wake up one day and decided to enter university. We decided to look at the potential. This is some, you can make the reference from Youth Bulge, and they looked at the ages between 15 to 34. I picked that because it's more or less where you are, between 15 to 34. And when they looked at the ages between 15 to 34, that has been from 1969, and they are projecting it all the way to 2030. That is the projection that they are giving us. So when you look at the population, you find that you make up about a third of the Kenyan population. To 0 to 14, to come to about 80% of the Kenyan population. So there is potential. You remember me talking about virus versus viral? There is potential. So how do I move this potential to a space where we are able to use it and get it to that viral space? So we look at the age, for sure it's there. If I add anything else, young, vibrant, all over. Because gone down to how widely spread you are at the end of the day. So the statistics shows, as you continue, it's not like you're dying down. Mutaendelea tu kuongezeka. And newsflash, I was a millennial once. I was replaced by a Gen Z. You've just been replaced by Generation Alpha. Imagine yourself one day being replaced by being where I am today, and having this information that you already have about tax and then spreading it across. We will not just be looking at the 34% that ends at 35%, but you'll be adding the others, 35 and the rest, because you will grow. So if we do it right, we'll be able to get there. One thing that you have, I think Gen Zs, you are the first people who bully kudangana internet. You have no idea what life is without internet. So the other thing that we look at when it comes to university is the influence. Do you know why Kenyans we are so loud at KOT? Which I do is according. We are so because we have access to internet. Two, the Constitution has given you freedom of expression. If you go anywhere here, at a room, I'm sure there's internet. That's why we are able to transmit whatever we are having here, out there. So imagine if each and every single one of you are in that space. You're in that space where internet is available for you. You know how to use it for something positive towards tax. Just imagine what we will get if we do that. And that is why we want to brand you out there as tax education out there. Anything that you think of, when you think next time before you do a challenge, can it be an inspiring challenge to make others pay taxes? Anytime when you're connected, you're trying to something. Can it be something positive? Just imagine the influence, the potential, and the numbers that you hold to be able to get us there. I'll go to the next slide. There is something called trust. If any of you, by the way, I forgot to mention my real names. My real names are Corazon Aquino. But if any of you had, when Edgar was referring to me, he was referring to me as who? Corey. And he said it several times. You cannot get to that space if you do not have what you call trust. So I want to introduce to you something called trust concept. And the trust concept is not something that you just wake up and form it. You build it. You build it. And for that particular reason, I come from Nairobi. I'm not in Kisii. But you are here, right? So what do we need to be able to form, what does it entail to form the trust concept? One, connection. I need to connect with you. You can only connect with someone, the only way you will connect. Sindindo munaenda kubai vitu. Club sinyinyi munaenda. The more I see you, the more I connect with you. So what trying to do to leverage connection to be able to build trust. There is social responsibility. When you go out there to help a mboga to file their returns, have you ever asked yourself the ripple effects that it has? And you usually do it for free. Munaweza enda hata mtoke museme tutafagia barabara leo. That is how you build trust. We might not be able to do it on our own as KRA, but the university is able and capable to do it on our behalf. Honesty. You'll be, when we tell people that there is tax amnesty running as KRA, some will think it's a joke. But when you do it, when you do the market activation, they believe you. Because they see you and they see. When you tell them that this will happen, imagine if you tell your fellow schoolmates around, kuna tax amnesty kwa kulipa before iko, umfanyie amalize. Don't you think that be able to tell us? We are told naturally we are biased. So I listen to someone I see any day than someone I'm seeing once in a lifetime. Commitment. Kisii University did not get the award just because. Trust to me, a lot had to, we went through everything to make sure that really they are the best. And what came out quite clear is the commitment. You've been here since morning up to now. That shows commitment. Transparency is key. You're even having this thing going live. It shows a lot of transparency. Of course, the university has core values that you have to adhere to be able to get there. And finally, reliability. Imagine all these are things that you possess from where you're seated. All these things. And that forms the trust concept. You are able to build trust with the community. They're able to listen to you. And they're able to hear you because they trust you. And they trust that you'll be able to take them to the right space. I'd like to go to the next slide and just introduce something called the change perception. The change in perception. Change in perception. Wangapi wanajua Michael Jackson? How many of you know Michael Jackson? You know him, eh? I don't know what you know him for. You know him for what? Dancing, probably. He was quite a good dancer, iconic one. But I'd like to show one video and some words that really got to me when I was growing up. I still have them up to now. made you want to do a project about taxes? In my mind, I was thinking this is quite complex for a 10 years. In your life, no. Have you ever been to a public school? No. Do you even have any touch with reality? At this point, the teacher was asking, okay, you don't even see news. You said, being in all honesty, I don't watch news. I watch Nickelodeon at home. When I close school, I go to the UK. So all these things we were telling her, she thought it was a joke. Until the mom came and said, what they are saying is true. So on that day when she was doing her presentation, I remember the first thing you sit in the amphitheater and then they pick the best presenters to be able to do that presentation to everyone. So I saw she was there. She was there and her stand, what she had done. Kenya. I don't know if you've seen them. The leso that are of the Kenyan flag. So she had taken a huge roll, set it round on her stand. We had given her some t-shirts, some mugs, what we used to do before. So she had branded it to look like KRA. And I remember she said, this is what taxes have done for me. For me, as a mere 10-year-old girl. And she started saying, security, education, health, all the things that she never even thought were really an issue. And she articulated, and she says, my stand has the Kenyan flag because it makes me proud to know that the taxes is what is building my nation. Now, after she was done, 10 years after she was done, she asked all the other parents to go any sticky notes, think about it, and ask yourself, what has the taxes done for you? What has the taxes done for you? Let's stop looking at it from the negative perspective, but really ask yourself, what has the taxes done for you? That is the power. That is the power that you can possess if you are to turn you into an outlet for tax education. It does not take much. Ile tu najua, you post it and you turn it. And with that, I submit my presentation.
Thank you. Hiyo makofi itoshi, sio? Ashiria. Ya, questions. Kama kuna mtu kuna swali? Kuna mtu kuna swali? Anybody? Naelewa. Akiuliza swali mtajibu. Si ndio? Uliza moja, acha tafuta. Uliza moja. Acha tafuta mrembo mmoja ajibu hiyo. Beauty with brains.
So my question is, what will you do to make the tax message viral?
Any lady, wasichana mnaangalia chini, kuna hapo mrembo ako na brains, anaitwa Lucy. Lucy.
My name is Lucy Onyango. To make the message of tax go viral, first of all, I build trust with the people I'm socializing with, so that if I know the value that the tax has added into my life, I can easily convince somebody about taxation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me have my seat.
Ngoja, msipigie makofi na maybe hajapata. Amepata ama hajapata?
Remember I said it's in the mindset. With your mindset, you can do anything under the sun. Yes, thank you.
So, thank you. Now, if you're seated far from somebody, please move near somebody. Kama umekaa mahali peke yako, sasa karibu na mtu. Sasa karibu na mtu. Haya, tusimame basi. Tusimame, kila mtu asimame. Tusimame tu. Naona kuna mtu alikuwa analala pale nyuma. Huyo anaitwa Vanessa. Aya, shika neno wako hivi. Shika hivi. Make sure the palms zinashikana. On both sides. On both sides. Umeshika. I do test kama iko, test kama iko. Clap, clap hivyo, clap hivyo. On both sides. Aya, sawa. Kumbe nyinyi wanafunzi wazuri. This is how we're going to clap for her. So nikisema one, that means unity. Sivyo? Tuna clap. Nikisema two, hiyo inamaanisha kila mtu na Mungu wake. So we're clapping, but up in the air. Sawa? So one, two, sawa. So nitakuwa changanya. You just speak in. Sawa? Aya, one, two, nijipigie makofi. Thank you so much. I'm seeing some of the reactions from people watching live. Let me start with the KRA TV. I'm seeing Blessed Wangeshi is watching live. I can see Brandon Otieno. I can see Dojiman. I can see this Kevin. You keep watching. That is on the KRA TV. On this other end, from the Kisii University Facebook page, I can see Elkana Alex Kirui. Thank you so much for watching. MC Saka Classic, Brandon Otieno, Kim Titus, Alfred Moroni, and others are also watching. Just keep watching. Remember, you're coming live from Kisii University. That is the Alfred Theatre. Remember, the second symposium, second national symposium of the Tax Association. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing in my next presenter, my next performer. Give it up for the EFMR. Pigeni makofi za kuja. Thank you band. Karibu tena. Pigeni tena makofi. Amefika.
Good afternoon. I'll try to be brief and very straight to the point. Caroline, my colleague, has left us with a question. What do taxes do to us? That is the reason why we have public financial management reforms. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm James Maingi. I work with the National Treasury, specifically with the Public Financial Management Reform Secretariat. It's a department within the National Treasury. Just to be able to bring us all on board, I'd want 3 volunteers. Then after this presentation, I'll reward them. 3 volunteers. 2, let me make it 4. 2 females, 2 males. Okay, 1, 2. Already we have 2 ladies. You can come here on the podium. 1 male, you can join us. At the back, you can come. I have a question for each one of them, so that we see who knows what PFM is and who doesn't. But the example I'll use is basically all of us have pocket money. Sindio? Tuko na pesa. Hauna nia kwa M-Pesa? Okay. This is my question. We're going to take this question in randoms. The one who gets it gets a reward from me. And the reward will be monetary, and the other one either an attachment. Sawa? Okay. From the crowd, who has heard of PFMR before? Who has heard of Public Finance Management? Let me start from there. You've heard of PFM. Okay, retain your answer. You've heard of PFM. Okay. From the 4 of you, I would want someone to tell us what PFM is in the simplest form of language. When you unaelewa what Public Financial Management is.
What I know from what PFM means, it deals with financial and economic planning, something like that. Yeah.
A lady?
What I understand by PFM is it it deals with managing the funds that are sent out to the communities, to the community.
Well, I think PFM is the funds that are sent to the people, to the community, just like she has said, and it is governed by a certain committee. Yeah. Yes.
Well, yes, from the name, public financial management reforms. So it means that you're managing finances from the public first, and I've heard it's a branch of the national treasury to come here. So that means that pesa yetu iko safe, Mungu anatupa.
So I'll be quick. The one who understands what PFM is, please judge them. Who should go and sit down? We want to remain with only two who are close to the answer. From the four of them, nani akae chini? Nani akae chini? Nani akae chini? We are only taking four of them. Nani akae chini? Wote. Nataka mmoja akae chini. Niambie nani before I choose. What can you go? You are four. How much you are also trading them? Okay.
It means how the public funds are collected from people and how they are being managed.
Nani akae chini? We have to be fast. Nani akae chini? Mwenye anataka pesa. Wamesema chini. Among the four. Nani akae chini? Robert. Aweza na among the three. Nani akae chini?
So I think the PFM stands for the committee that deals or manages the funds that comes from the people, such that it distributes distributes to the public avenues such as the schools or the hospitals, such as those.
I think PFM, as I said earlier, deals with the funds that are sent out to the communities that come from the communities.
So I just say that public financial management deals with managing the finances from the republic, and I finished with saying that being a branch in the national treasury, it means that our money is safe at your hands as you lose that money.
From my own observation, all of them are close. From the little knowledge they have, what from Caribbean. And because the reward was for one of them, I'll give all of them a reward. But only one will get an attachment. Sawa. So, nikimaliza what I'm saying, mtajua nani anapata attachment, but all of you will get something. Sawa. You can have a seat. So, tumesema sote tunapangana na pesa. Basically, PFM is how the government plans for the public resources, allocates for the same resources, reports on the same resources, and has to account for the public resources. A good example is, all of you have money. Before you spend any part of your money, let's say you have 100 shillings, you have to budget, right? Lazima ubudget tuseme 100 itanunua 1, 2, 3. Kweli. Therefore, PFM, one of the key components is budgeting. After you budget your money, unasema I want to take this lady out for lunch, you have to spend it. Where do you spend this money on? Do you spend this money to buy a book, buy a phone, if you have saved for a phone? Because you can't buy a phone unless you may save na uka budget for it. Because you have competing needs. Ni kweli? Unataka kununua nguo, unataka kupeleka dem out, hauna simu. So you have competing needs. You have to prioritize for the needs and spend your money on what will give you the best impact. You're in school. Of course, if you have online classes, you can't start, let's say, taking a girl out kama hauna simu ya kuingia kwa online classes through the Zoom. Sindio? So you have to prioritize your needs. So we'll start with how the government budgets for its resources, how it spends its resources, then how do we account for the money tumetumia? How do we account for it? Then, so that we can be transparent in the operations of public funds, we have to report. Hii pesa tumechukua imeenda hapa. Imefanya nini? Imejenga barabara. Imefanya nini nyingine? Imetumika some of the money has been allocated to improve the capacity of accountants in secondary schools. Unaona? So we have to account for it. But then at the same time, you can spend but not spend on what you had budgeted. And that's where audit comes in. They have to come and check. You have spent the public resources, but was it according to what was budgeted for? You can budget to take a lady out, lakini leo amwaje nimeona kitu kizuri. So basically you have used the money, but not according to what was budgeted for. That is why we have public financial management reforms. Melewa. So nani anapata attachment? Nani anapata attachment? I'll give Edgar the qualifier and niambie nani atapata. Na akinipatia jina huyo ndiye atapata, lakini for the four of them they'll get something. Sawa. To take us further, I want to invite my colleague Oliver to be able to make this discussion more interesting and more engaging. Thank you. A round of applause for him as he comes.
I think James has set me up. He's done a very wonderful job. Let's give him a... So I won't take much. I've been given at least 10 minutes. And I know it's time for lunch. Yeah, it's time for lunch, right? I won't speak much about what James has said. I think James has done a good job in addressing what PFM is. And it's important for, especially the guys who are in this room, as university students, it is important for you to be our ambassadors. How does the government spend money? Have you heard about that? When I was in the University of Nairobi, and I was also a student leader. And at that time, we never used to bother much about how government spends money. Okay? Because we're in campus. Why should we care about how government spends money? But then, when you are in campus, the decision that I make as an officer in the National Treasury will affect you. Whether you like it or whether you don't like it. The decision policy makers in this country make affect your life. Let me give you an example. There was a time that, I don't know if Kisii University was part of that problem, that they decided that for one to be considered a lawyer, this number of universities will not qualify. I don't think it was that time. I think Egerton was part of that problem. Remember, if you have done 4 years in university and someone makes such a decision, what does that mean? What does that mean? That means you become, yes. And this also comes to how government spends, as James has quite rightly put it out, how government spends, it allocates, and it accounts for its money. That is the element of PFM. Okay? I wouldn't go much into that, because James has really put it in a good way. I think we'll have an interactive session later on. If you pass my 10 minutes, please tell me. In 2002, what happened in 2002? Let me hear a wild guess. What happened in 2002? What significant thing happened in this country in 2002? A wild guess. What happened in 2002? Were you guys born by that time? Were you guys born at that time? Or you are being born? In 2002, I was in Form 1. I was just joining Form 1. But what happened in 2002? Anyone? Just shout. That must be a low. You're low, right? Yes. That's very, very correct. And there was an administration called the NAC administration. So when the NAC administration came to power, what's the first thing they did? They realized that the country needed reforms. Okay? So in 2002, fun fact, what was the budget for Kenya? Anyone? Does anyone have a figure how much the country's budget was in 2002? I'm going somewhere with this. Anyone? Any guess? Any guess? In 2002. In 2002, the budget was 268 shillings. 268? How much is the current budget? Who has been reading the papers? How much is the current budget for 23-24? How much would the budget be? Right, 4.2 trillion. Can you see where we have come from 2002 to 2023? Okay? So KRA has that responsibility to collect a certain amount of money. It's like 4 trillion or something, right? We're doing a budget of 4 trillion. They've been given a target. I'm not sure which target they've been given this time around. Okay? So they have to collect this money. And when they have to collect this money, they have to make some decisions which will affect all of us here as a country, right? Because we have to build roads, you guys have to be in school, we have to make sure that the health system works, and remember the country's population is always growing, okay? So they will come to us and say, we need help in terms of digitization to ensure that the guys in Kisii University, even as they are working when they are still in school, they're able to contribute to the development of the country. That is how the PFM reforms come about. So KRA identifies an area. For example, it says, we need to educate Kenyans on the issue of taxes. And so we need support. And through this, it is considered a reform area. And this reform area is put in the reform strategy. I won't go into that because that's very technical, but in short, I think you have understood what the PFM is all about, right? Now, I have about 4 minutes, right? Roughly 4 minutes. I want to talk about the PFM career space, which I think is very critical. So as James said, we start by collecting money, right? So which agency collects money? Scary, right? Okay. Spend money. Which agency spends money? Please just read it up. I only have 4 minutes. National Treasury, right? After you spend money, you have to account for this money. Which agencies account for this money? Talking about the control of budget, Office of the Auditor General, talking about Parliament, right? audit, accountability, and oversight. So oversight is Parliament, Senate. Okay? In PFM, we work with almost 42 institutions, if I'm not very wrong. That is the PFM space. That is the career space that I'm talking about. You start first by having information. Information is very important. So right now, if I was to ask you, does every one of you know where exactly they want to go? When I was in campus, we had a visit by, I think by that time it was James Orengo. And he asked us, where exactly do you want to go? As students, have you thought about the agency you want to work for? It starts through that. Two, I need you to start thinking about, not in mob psychology, just think about yourself. Where do you want to work? So if I take a volunteer, who's a volunteer? Let me just have a volunteer. Remember, time is not on my side. Let me have a volunteer. Okay, let's start with you. Where would you like to work after you leave here? So remind me your name. Jerry. So Jerry, you want to go to teach in a school, right? Is it a secondary school or is it a primary school? A high school. A high school, how? So we're talking about who hires teachers in this country? Teacher Service Commission, right? Do we know the criteria they use to hire teachers from TSC, the new teachers? Have you looked at it? What does it say? Have you tried to speak to your patron, talk about someone from TSC to come and take you through the process of being a teacher? Exactly. So that is the information that I'm talking about. You need to know where you're going before you start. Okay? Other that you'll be chasing winds and you'll never land anywhere. Are we in agreement? So let's start with that. So number two, anyone who wants to be in the PFM space. PFM space. So right now, all of you are on Twitter, right? Are all of you on Twitter? Okay? So let's go to PFMR. For now, let me allow you to bring out your phone. I think Corazon will give me 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes. Remove your phones. So, you've been told about the PFM Reform Secretariat, right? So I want to be in the PFM space. And mind you, if I was to ask, to be very honest, I knew about PFM 3 years ago. I had no idea about PFM. So I'm giving you a leakage that will help you 10 years. For me, I knew about PFM when I was 33 years old. You're knowing about PFM when you're 20s, or 18 or 19. So I'm saving you 10 years of hustle, right? So let's go on Twitter. This PFM Reform Secretariat, PFMR. You can even type PFMRS. PFMRS. Are we there? Okay. So you want to know much about what's going on in PFM space. What is KRA doing? What is Office of the Auditor General doing? What is Teacher Service Commission doing? What is SRC doing as far as the wage bill? These are questions you will be asked in your interview, especially those ones who will go through Public Service Commission. Okay? How do you know this? You follow the right channels. Stop following channels that don't add any value to your life. Are we understanding? Are we in agreement? Yes. It gives you a head start. Stop following channels that don't add value to your life. Remember someone mentioned about digital, the government digital superhighway, right? Did someone mention that? We're living through this digital transformation. So which channel should you follow if you are keen on digitization of the government? Which channel should you follow? Who's implementing the digital superhighway? Who's implementing? It's the Ministry of ICT. Okay? And the ICT authority. So if you're keen on that, you follow those kind of channels. So let's do a mock-up before as I finish. So we have PFMR. Has anyone found the PFMR handle, the Twitter handle, right? There's a post that we have done about being at Kisii University, right? I'm not lying. So let's go. So you have seen that we have had 24 likes. Can we make it 50? There's somewhere I'm going with this. Can we make it 50? We're now at 24. Can we make it 50? I wasn't to talk much. I was just talk about the PFM and try to educate. Try to just bring this to you to understand what PFM is all about, right? And I don't want to be very technical. We are almost past time in terms of going for lunch. We will discuss. I think we'll have a discussion over here later, and then I can get into more details into this. But as I wind up, please. Kisii University, you've assisted us, you've brought us here. One story that I'd like to tell you is that whatever that you get to learn here, most probably you will not actually use it. Maybe the bearer of bad news. I studied journalism in my first degree, and I studied law in my second degree. Okay? So I can tell you for sure, mentorship is very critical. When you see guys from KRA come to see you through this forum, please take it very seriously. Because they're giving you head start. In life, it's all about, life is all about what? It's all about information, it's all about your network. Okay? We'll discuss that more. So, I wouldn't want to get so much into it. Let me allow the students to go have lunch. I will speak much in our other session if there are any other questions. Should I ask for questions quickly at this time? Okay. Are there any quick questions? Mindful that you guys haven't eaten. Are there any questions? Let me have a question. Good questions. Do I take those two? Or is there any other question? Any other question? Okay. Sorry. Sorry? Sorry. Pick up the speaker. Share the microphone. How do you stand up when you let's stand up?
I'm Alvin. How do you maneuver when you have a target, then you miss that target?
Target regarding money or target regarding?
The revenues.
There's a hand. I'm sorry, I'll be very brief in my answer, so I won't keep you.
So my question is, how do you think the OECD G20 reforms are likely to affect the revenue in Kenya if the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 discussions are started?
Any other question? Any question? So I can attempt. Okay. Good. Sorry, the independence of the Secretariat. I'm one believer that there is nothing called independence in government, but we debate it as lawyers in terms of what exactly is independence, because government is a three-legged stool. One has to work with the other to be independent. Okay. But the Secretariat works, as James has clearly said, the Secretariat is under the National Treasury. So we are the National Treasury. Okay? So the National Treasury is the mother of PFM reforms. And how we develop these reforms is we bring all these agencies in one place. They tell us which reforms they'd like to prioritize. For example, KRA would say, we have a target to achieve such an amount of money, right? To collect such an amount of money. We need to digitize this process. We need to know our customers better. And through this, we use data. And so they say we need a data warehouse. Okay? For example. So we support them to get this data warehouse. This is like an IT, I don't know how to pronounce it, like an IT system. You see the way you can go to Instagram. Instagram, you want to buy, let's say, flowers, right? What is the next advertisement that will come? Flowers, right? It's an algorithm. So that's where KRA wants to do. They want to know you better. They want to know the customers better. They want to know how to use data better. So we support them, we get the system for them. I'll speak much about it later, but that's how we normally do. That's how the reform process is carried out. Okay? As far as KIPRA is concerned, KIPRA is one of our partners. So KIPRA, KIPRA is not government-based. It's a think tank, right? So we also invite input from think tanks like KIPRA to support us, either give reference to give advice. Okay? I think I've made actually the person who's leading the World Bank program called GESDEC, I'll speak much about it later, is the former CEO of KIPRA. So that can tell you the kind of how the reform process is carried out. The revenue targets and OECD. I'm sorry, I don't know, I won't speak much. I won't pretend to speak on KRA. So Corazon will answer that after lunch. Okay. Yes. In summary, I think I'm done. So, thank you for giving me your ears. I hope to see you guys this afternoon, and I'll answer any other question that is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barb. Thank you, Barb. Mpigeni makofi vizuri. Naambiwa kindly, the lunch is not yet ready. It will be ready in like 20 minutes. So as we're waiting for lunch, I welcome the panel round discussion, the first panel of discussion, which are going to handle the leveraging technology to innovate tax education and compliance. So the ones in charge of the first panel discussion, kindly, the stage is yours. The team that is handling the first panel discussion. Mwapigie makofi kwa wakikuja. I can see Mr. John and members of the Tax University. So what's going on?
So, to our viewers and listeners, this is the second National Tax Symposium, and we are having a panel. So, I'm Janet Kialo, a second-year student pursuing Bachelor's of Travel and Tours Operation Management, and I'll be the moderator for the panel. So, without taking much time, I would like to give the panelists time to introduce themselves as we continue.
Okay, thank you.
I am Timothy Muya, a third-year student, pursuing a bachelor's degree in education, and also a proud tax ambassador. I'm hereby requesting all of us to be interacting in this panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello guys, my name is Kai Abraham Lomento, a fourth-year student taking Bachelor of Commerce. So I'm eager and learn more, shall interact together.
Hello, I'm Valerie Buza, pursuing community development. I'm a proud tax ambassador, and let's all join the discussion.
Hello guys, I'm Luther Franklin, a fourth-year student pursuing Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Chemistry. I'm very glad tax ambassador in Kisii University Tax Society, and I'm very glad to be one of the panelists.
Good afternoon. I'm Ochulo Damong Augustine, fourth-year student pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration and Political Science, tax ambassador at Kisii University. Very ready for this panel discussion. Thank you.
That was really amazing. So, our topic of discussion today is technology to innovate tax education and compliance. To our panelists, I know right now our listeners are very curious to have understanding of what is all about leveraging technology to innovate tax compliance and education. So what do you have to say on the same?
Thank you. By saying leveraging technology to innovate tax education and tax compliance simply means the utilization of digital tools to promote tax education. And by incorporating technology in tax education, we can be able to adapt to the current and future uncertainties. Let me say that the current population of Kenya is 65% youth. And with the youth we can do much because the youth are currently in the digital world themselves because they possess smartphones, laptops, and other digital tools. And by this, we can be able to engage in digital platforms and to educate young members of the society. Thank you.
The same, can you give us an elaboration on what are these digital tools that you are speaking about?
Okay, I've just mentioned that we have digital tools, we have computers, we have smartphones, and let me talk about smartphones. A smartphone can do everything. You can engage in your YouTube channels, whereby you have YouTube trainings. We have also online webinars, whereby we can attend to these meetings and learn from our experts.
That is a very clear elaboration. From the panelists, anyone wants to say?
Maybe to add on what my colleague has just said, leveraging technology to innovate tax compliance. This is where tax administrators use technology to minimize or to minimize human errors in terms of tax calculation and filings. For example, they use what we call automated tools like artificial intelligence to make sure that there is accuracy and efficiency in data collection. That is it.
So recently, we have seen the KRA board putting more effort in giving education to our common mananchi to know about tax and all it entails. So what do you have to say about the current landscape of tax education and compliance in relation to technological advancement?
Thank you very well for the question. When we're talking about leverage, this means influence. And we're talking about influence of technology according to tax, according to KRA. We are talking about tax education. We have seen it has increased to the maximum advantage. We go to TikTok account, you have a creative content, they always entertain you regarding the matter of tax. We go to the Twitter, the admin is very active on the matter of tax. So I think they are using the technology has really influenced the people talk about KRA, people know about KRA. Now, if I go to Facebook, I want to see the latest post on KRA, so I will just engage on KRA handle. So in tax education, it has really improved. We are also seeing about the sponsor events, and that event is one content the ambassador of KRA talk about that. So they're using the technology to the added advantage, and they make the consumer, which are the citizen of the country, to know more about tax, to know more the policy that has been developed by the government, to know the advantage, to know if the country has really managed with the target.
And that has just reminded me, on the same issue of technology, recently we have seen the KRA board coming up with a software solution, the e-teams. What do you have to say concerning the e-teams? And what could be its impact to the society?
We're talking about technology. Technology about the software called e-teams. So we are moving out from old generation to new generation. That's the technology. And as we are all about technology, these e-teams are the one that pop up as a notification in your emails telling you if you feel you are near return, if you file your tax. This is a message. And this is a message to remind you so that you can plan for the tax. So when you get to a salary, when you have your business opportunity, you can calculate the tax, because these e-teams has pop up as a notification to you. You have to pay tax. And they're also about iTax, that the portal, you don't have to go in the manual office. So you always go to the portal, and they will log in your credential, and you file your annual return or your tax compliance.
I can add on, I can say that e-teams, as from the acronyms, it says that it's the electronic tax invoice management system, and it's very much eligible to each and every business owner. These people are able to have an electronic invoicing and performing the obligations in matters of filing returns and paying their taxes, the kind of income that they have gotten from their businesses that owner cosmetic yako hapo. How can you do? So KRA have come with this, that it can make it very for that business or to perform his or her obligation as a citizen of Kenya.
Same issue. Will you want to tell us, like, who will be the eligible, maybe citizen to join the e-teams?
As I have said, that any business is very much eligible to open the e-teams. I can say that it's yesterday, the other week I was seeing that the kind of advertisement they carry on a sema that opening e-teams saini raisi, it involves just 6 steps. You are good to go.
Even Mama Boga is able to join.
Yes.
So thank you for that. Any person want to add more e-teams? So to proceed, we have seen the impact of technology to our country, isn't it? So what could be the potential impact of technological innovation on different stakeholders like the taxpayers, the tax authorities, and the regulatory bodies at large?
On that question, the impact of technology when it comes to taxation, there has been a lot of innovations that have been created. For example, the taxation apps, we have the iTax, which has enabled the taxation community to collect accurate data and also to prevent the frauds that occur due to lack of transparency in terms of management of finances.
Maybe to add the impact of technology on tax compliance, I can say, to be specific on tax authorities, it has isn't sharing of information between structural departments of tax, for example, the Department of Customs and Border Control can easily communicate with the Department of Domestic Tax Department, and also Intelligent and Strategic Operation Department.
Is there anything you want to add on the same?
We can say the importance of technology according to the we also seen we also have maybe the prediction method, the KRA system of enable, for example, the PS of Treasury last week said that we have KRA pin 20 million, those people who pay money, who pay the taxes effectively are 8 million. So when you have this data, when you have this data, you can predict the next generation. The project can be targeted, and they can say we can work on to have 25 million people who have KRA pins, and we can work on something to improve these people who are paying taxes to become 15 million, to increase the allocation and revenue size of the country. So the predictive model has become so easy with the technology.
Recently, we have seen also the Ushuru program that has been introduced, an educative program. What do you have to say on this? This goes straight to Franklin Luther.
Okay, thank you so much. I can say that the Ushuru Kids, that's a very kind of program, a very kind of topic that has been introduced in the competence-based curriculum in the junior and secondary schools. So, I can say that Waswahili wanasema kwamba samaki mkunje kama angali mbichi, ndio? You know, these are young kids, young sons, young daughters. If they grow up knowing their obligations as the citizens of Kenya, that it is my right to pay tax, it is my right to perform according to the way the government wants. For a better tomorrow, I must pay tax for better roads, for better health facilities, for better education sector. I must know my obligation as a citizen of Kenya. So it is a very commendable move, I can say, from the education sector, together with the caring individuals. I can give them a thumbs up.
Samaki mkunje angali mbichi. Wow, that's very great. A great move. I will want you to give us more details on what do you think will be the biggest challenge facing tax compliance and education in digital age, and how do you think technology can address on this? What will be the part of technology in addressing these challenges?
Okay, I can say that the kind of major challenge as at now, I can say that there are areas like remote areas which are not that accessible with the network. So this is a kind of a task we are giving to the ICT personnel and also to the KRA individuals. What are they doing to ensure that the people in the remote areas, in Turkana, in Mandera, maybe in Tana River, inwardly, what are they coming up with? Which kind of plans they have set aside to help that common man in that remote area to be able to be helped with the kind of technological aspect to be able to perform the obligation as a citizen of Kenya.
Another challenge that I think is real-time reporting, in that KRA has its own time of reporting for those who are supposed to file returns. They are supposed to file it in time, but you find that there are people who are at Moyale, for example, they cannot access to smartphone, so you find themselves behind the system or updates. Because KRA most of the time they use emails, and you find most of them they are having this small gadgets, so it's difficult to file on time. Another problem is cross-border transaction. Due to globalization, cross-border transaction actually has become rampant, and for you to move to any country, you must pass through these borders. So at these border checkpoints, we have several jurisdictions that one must pass and to get to access to another country. So it means he or she has to pass several authorities before getting access. So I was advising that if KRA can come up with just a streamlined process, it will help to address that challenge.
Wow. Hope they will do something on the same. Before we go back to our panelists, to our listeners, is there any question or anything that has come just to your mind that you need a better understanding from our panelists? Any question?
Okay, let me stand. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Charles Mbithi, a second-year student taking Bachelor of Science in Pure Mathematics. So, these are my questions. Number one, you have talked about the eTeams software. The eTeams is an upcoming software which was developed, I think, in 2023 last year. So, what are the advantages or what are the risks that eTeams has solved? That when you go to that mama mboga, umwambie kuna hii kitu inaitwa eTeams. We know there are many forms such as ETR machines which are used by KRA. So, unaambia huyo mama mboga kwa these eTeams and the ETR machine, which is better? Because kuna ule mtu anaona kwenda kukey in those things and sending invoice using the eTeams ni kazi ngumu, afadhali afinye hiyo ETR machine atoe receipt. Thank you.
My name is Njeri, a fourth-year student taking Bachelor of Education in English Literature. So my question was on the eTeam thing. Is it a social platform? And if it is a social platform, is it for marketing? Is it for employment? Is it for the government governance? Or what is it?
Good afternoon. My name is Camilo Mkaga, fourth-year student pursuing Bachelor of Commerce, Counting Option, CASNET student 2. My question, it's not really a question, but perhaps it could be a concern. Tax ambassadors, when we go back to the village and we know what is happening in the nation. My question is, what if I once met a mama, an old woman for that case, in my village, and she asked me before the new administration came in, there were no much taxes. That is, I'm not asking this in the context of me as an accountant, but in the context of that woman, that village mentality. Like there have been no set of taxes currently introduced, and her question was, will this continue? Will this continue for some period of time? And bearing in mind, I read an article recently on Twitter concerning the current budget, which is set at 4.3 trillion, and the National Treasury alerted the nation, that is Kenyans, that be ready for new set of taxes, perhaps to finance our incoming budget. Maybe my question to the panelists, what are we projecting as a people or as professionals in this line of profession? Will these taxes keep on increasing with time? I mean, maybe do we expect such taxes, new taxes, to be introduced with time? And aside from that, could we maybe come up with other? Excuse me, that is enough for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the questions. I think we will stop there because of time. Yeah, you can still inquire from us maybe after this, okay? Or we can see the experts, or follow us to our social media platforms for more information. And I want to give back to our panelists for the questions that our listeners have just brought. What do you have to say?
I can answer for the question from my brother Kamel. We are talking about 4.2 trillion economy. This means we are growing bigger as a country, and we have to ask ourselves, apart from loans, because we also know that loans and our own money is the one make capitals. So we have to ask ourselves a question: where will this money come from? Where will we get this money, and which percentage will we be able to finance our own budget? Because we cannot finance a budget with 90 debts, and then we say 10% of this budget will be a taxes. So as we also even growing, how we have digital platform, we have the new trends of that is coming, that people are now earning this money. And the main purpose of taxing someone is to shorten the bridge gap between poor and rich. So we also see this a way of we can tax digital taxing, and we also can see there's more taxes coming up, because we need to ask ourselves, where will this budget, where will we finance this budget, and at what cost? So I can assure you, with the 4.2 trillion, this is a big economy, and this will also make us to go deeper in our pocket to finance this budget.
Thank you. Wait a minute. You know, some of the questions that are asked down there that directly related to someone. So I really ask the KRA, you know, if this was answer this, we will take them as our fellow comrades. But if Corazon, you answer these questions, at least you can understand, right?
Yes, thank you. I was almost joining the panel so that I can speak on behalf of KRA. There was one question that was asked about e-teams, whether it's a platform, is a social media platform, what exactly is e-teams. Remember, as KRA, we need to collect as much as possible. In as much as we are collecting, we need to be fair. And fairness means I will look at each and every single individual and facilitate you to be able to trade and be able to pay. So when it comes to e-teams is not social media. E-teams is just a system. But it's a system that is threefold. One, it's an online system. So for anyone who can have access to online, it's just as easy as going online, generating a receipt. It is just that simple. But then, you'll find that there are companies which already, the way they trade, for example, like supermarkets, they have systems already that they have in place that they are using to generate their receipts. Of course, eating also takes this into consideration. And that is why you have something called system-to-system integration. Meaning, eating the system will integrate to your system, the current one that you're running, to be able to generate, so that you'll not even be able to tell the difference. And then the final, kuna akina mamboga, which one do they use? They use kabambe. So you have something called eating light and USSD code. All you have to do is dial with that kabambe, and it will be able to assist you to generate that system. So it's not social media. It is a system that is threefold, that has been able to be put to be able to cater for each and every single taxpayer that you're looking at, to be able to facilitate them to generate that system. There's this issue about new taxes. It keeps coming up. We're just talking about technology. Was technology there before? Was technology there before? No. The world keeps changing. That is just the reality. It keeps changing. The resources are still the same. As young as we were having a conversation with Oliver, and he kept saying, when you were growing up, there was an estate called Kilelesha. It did not have any flats. You could literally count. But if you go there right now, same Kilelesha, yes, but you have to put up high-rises to be able to cater for the growing population. That being said, if you go back and ask yourself, before when you were in school, there was nothing like pre-primary education. That was like that we used to pay. There was nothing like what you're enjoying right now that the government is paying. But then it realizes that it reaches a point where we need to step up and be able to do this for the growth of our own. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Kawetu kanaenda, the expenses increase. So for that reason, we need to go back and ask each and every single one of us what needs to be done. Is it new taxes? Or if it's not new taxes, does it mean that you bring more people on board to be able to sustain this expense that is growing? So in a nutshell, all these things that you're seeing, they've been put to be able to onboard more. Or if we cannot onboard more, then we just go back to our. Remember, government is me now. Someone should never lie to you that government is someone up there. Government is me and you. I am the one who at the end will collect. PFM will find a way of managing, but it has to come from you through KRA to PFM to be able to manage it for us. That is the cycle of how the economy works. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to our panelists, I think I'll give you the microphone back for just a parting shot. The last 2 hours ago, because the time has gone, I'm told the lunch is ready. Just a parting shot as you leave, kindly.
Yeah, I will just emphasize on what Madam has said, that government is me and you. So that gives us the role, the responsibility and duty to pay taxes and to file our returns on time to avoid penalties. I really hope that you have learned something from our panelists, even as we bring this to an end. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our lunch is ready at the students' mess. We will be headed there, but before that, nimeambiwa niwasalimie na Remjuice Monica. Remjuice anasema nisalimie watu wake wa tax. Now, I think PFMR, as they were putting up the presentation, I think it's Oliver, right? Alipatia Edgar kazi ngumu sana. Edgar walikwambia utaamua nani mshindi kati ya watoto 4. In the afternoon, we will make a challenge here where we will give you one person. When you come back from lunch, we will give you a name. Now, you can continue commenting on the social media platforms for those who are live. I've seen Chronicle David is saying, I'm watching live from the USA. I think it's United Survey Association. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the before lunch activities, it's a wrap. You can head to the student mess where you should be served your lunch. And please be back here in 30 minutes time so that I can proceed with the afternoon session. Thank you. DJ, you can carry on.
The Kisii University Tax Society proudly presents the most anticipated event of the year, the second National Tax Symposium. The Kisii University Tax Society proudly presents the most anticipated event of the year, the second National Tax Symposium.
Every time indoors, a presence of opportunity comes. The overshadowing pushes away, an influx of light, and for our lives too. My name is Kisii, Scouts, being as this. It's my story of service to everything, service without hesitation, service is no possibility of it. Life is very hard, yes, but you never should. You work hard, shine when light expects you to, strive and expects you to, start afresh, everything is open to my story, service without patience, service inspires. This is the story of my worship. Because it's an encouragement, a hope narrative,
and the income that you have not declared up to that
but believe me, it's something I will work with.
This is your
The
chance.
fire that burns within me is a narration, a conglomeration of small matches of my cheek. They are the daring scouts that make me young, the boys and girls that come together to make me whole. From their sweat and strife, I never know. From their devotion and sacrifice, I am known. And from their struggles and successes, they raise spirits. They remove the rocks of my life. They sweep away the dirt from my path, while everybody else wonders how glistening I am. I am modified, humbled, and encouraged deeply, for they do this expecting nothing whatsoever. And when they walk away, when their duty is done, they are the happiest lot. It's why I'm proud of my children. They know how to enjoy. They know how to have fun. They love their own company. And from them, they make a perfect family. They share and eat together. They laugh and cry with each other. They dance and sing for each other. They are a family you will adore. My family. God knows I know, and I adore them too. I promise you, you will adore them too. Just spend time with them and see. Life is not too easy for them too. They have challenges. They're marked to their problems too. After all, they're human too. But wait, they know this, don't they? They acknowledge their challenges. They fight their problems. And above all, they do this together. It's why they always succeed. They inspire each other. They lift each other up. They look out for one another. They take care of each other, and they stand in for one another. These, my children, are a blessing to me. They know to recognize God. They know to never forget His prayers. And they know He will be there always for them. They remind each other of their call, their sacred call to service. They inspire each other always and learn from one another every time. They always walk for each other, for it is not in their nature to leave anybody behind. Wherever they go, they leave behind a mark of excellence, a mark of service, a mark that will never be forgotten, a mark left behind in every heart they touched. They back up, joyful, happy, and delightful, with hearts full of inspiration and a sense of good. And as they journey back home, it always rings in their hearts, not about the good they have done, but what they're going to do it next. Their journey through life is smooth, simple, and seamless. It's why I love my children. Maybe they will inspire you too. Oh, I hope they inspire you too. My name is Kisii University South, and this is my story.
KNTV, expanding your vision.
Kisii University Tax Society is currently ranked the best in the country. This is a team of volunteers dedicated to enhance tax compliance.
The Kisii University Tax Society proudly presents the most anticipated event of the year, the second National Tax Symposium.
every time it dawns, a presence of new opportunity comes. The overshadow of darkness pushes away. An influx of light and life floods not only the world, but our lives too.
KNTV, expanding your vision.
Kisii University Tax Society is currently ranked the best in the country. This is a team of volunteers dedicated to enhance tax compliance.
He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the big round world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the wind and the rain in his hands. He's got the sun and the moon in his hands. He's got the wind and the rain in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got everybody here in his hands. He's got everybody here.
My name is Bernard Juma. I'm a crew leader from the Flamingo Rover Kings. Our project is a green initiative, of which it has different interventions, but the goal is to enhance environmental conservation. One of the interventions is waste management, of which we are doing right now. Another one is a billion trees initiative. Well, another one is avocado, planting a billion avocado trees, while we also come up with different areas of which we manage different conservation areas, green parks, and people's park, and also peace garden in Kisii University. Yeah, this project, what made us to do this project is that we wanted to conserve the environment. And we looked for different ways of conserving the environment. One of them is reducing the amount of plastic bottles in the world. But if you want to reduce plastic bottles in the world, it starts with us. So we have started collecting the plastic bottles, which I believe in one day they will reduce a big amount.
Okay, my name is David Otamesi from Kisii University, Flamingo Rover Kings. We are undertaking a green co-op initiative of which we are dealing with the waste management project. Okay, after collecting the bottles, we first wash them and then sort them out here. We cut them.
After you cut the bottle, the upper part of the bottle, you insert it onto the bottle you just cut so that it can stack it inside.
After stacking the bottle, you get this shape of which has been shown. Then we come to a flat surface area of which we come and arrange it very well so that it can come up with a very good shape. After compressing, this is the shape that it comes. The pentagon has started coming out, as you can see. It's a very desirable shape because it's safe material.
After finishing with the putting on the tab, now this is the final product. We get a material. Mostly we use our local tailors for them to make a shape like this one. Then the poof, the way it was with the bottoms and the tab, we place it inside and add a piece of mattress so that at least it can be soft enough so that one can sit on and can also be comfortable enough so that as we sell it, our customers can also see a product that is nice, is well, and is stable. So we have some more unique designs. As you can see, it's stable enough, you can sit on it very well. This is a project that we came up with this project because of our commitment to our Scout promise and our Scout law. According to Scout law number 6, a Scout is kind to animals, learns about nature, and is concerned with its conservation. We as Scouts, we need to protect the environment as much in every way that we can protect it. So that is why we are very committed to our project, and that is why we promise and we continue doing this as our vision says. We aim to create a better world. Thank you.
Today, as a flamingo kids, we are selecting our rootstock so that we can start our grafting. And the first stage of grafting is selecting the rootstock, which our members are selecting today. And for example, with this seedling, which is ready for grafting. The Million Avocado Trees project was started way back in 2015. The main objective was to reach and sensitize the local community against the planting of eucalyptus trees in Kisii. So far, we managed to plant over 100,000 seedlings, some of which we have potted, nurtured in the tree nursery, grafted, and transplanted. As we came up with this project, the main driving force was Scout Law Part 6, which states that a scout is kind to animals, learns about nature, and is concerned with its protection. And therefore, we saw the need to conserve the environment of Kisii, which is being driven away by the massive planting of eucalyptus trees.
My name is Sheldon Marungu from Kisii University Flamingo Kings School. We are doing a project on khaki carry bags. This project we came up with it after the ban on plastic paper. So we are giving the community an alternative to cheaper and affordable bags that they can use to carry their goods. Yeah.
We, as Flamingo Rovers, we make the quarter kg carried bags, half a kg, and 1 kg carried bags. And as you can see, this is the final product. So this can be used to package the sugar, rice, or even the chips.
Not trying to be in there, not trying to be cool, just trying to be in this. Tell me how you do. Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? 'Cause I wanna touch, baby, and I wanna feel you too. I wanna see the sun.
I'm Charity Muramu. I am the crew leader, Flamingo Queens, Kisii University. And for a long time, we've been running our project on 196 as well. It is an initiative. And from our findings, we've been working on the project and we found out our youths are being used in extremism and radicalization activities because they lack a purpose in the society. And therefore, we came up with the aquaponics project and the agriculture project. On the aquaponics, we use less skill to develop the project, and when we sell, we find out that the income you get out of the project is more than the input that you used, and by that we are giving the youth what can help them have a purpose in the society, and at the same time be able to finance their lives and get a source of income. And for the culture, we've noticed we have new improved behind, like the land strut. The land strut gives you a lot of honey when you rear them in the right way, and by that you sell a lot of honey and get income. And in the process of doing the projects, you learn a lot of skill, and we are therefore helping the community learn these skills and use them to earn their source of living. When making an aquarium, you need a few materials. First, you need the glasses, a silicone glue, and a cold kinker. And for the silicone glue, you fix it in the cold kinker, and then you try applying on the glasses. You can get help to hold the glasses in place. And after you applied all your silicone glue, you can leave the aquarium to dry for 1 to 2 days. After that, you can fix your gravel, the shells, and then add the fish. For those people who don't have electricity, you don't have to worry. You can be changing your water more often, a period of 8 hours. And for those who have electricity, you can be using an air pump to facilitate exchange of air in the system.
Hi, my name is TAXATION, the Flamingo Robbers Queen's Crew. Okay, in our project, we started it 2 years back. We have 2 types. We have the ones that are called Langstroth, and we have the Kenya Stockbar. Okay, in these two, we started each project with a single box. We had 1 Langstroth and we had 1 Kenya Stockbar. But so far so good, we now have 4 Langstroth and we have 10 Kenya Stockbar. We always harvest an approximate of 9, 10 to 15 liters in the Langstroth. And this Langstroth, they always vary depending on the season.
On our apiculture project, we noticed that whether we produce the honey or not, it is what matters at the end. So we normally have a sales and marketing team that sells our honey in the university and outside the university. We have partners, especially the Kenyan fisheries, where we have created a good rapport. They order our honey because they know it's pure and for consumption, and even the university students, the staff, and people within town are buying our honey. So on the side of market, we have to market for our products. And in future, we hope to have a large scale of our projects. We have an apiary in the university farm, and in the future, we are hoping to have a big plot of land where we can do our projects, make the beehives and sell to farmers, to small-scale farmers, which will help us to have more income and make our project even better.
In conclusion, I can say that this project has given us, has enabled us to have a bright future. We see ourselves that even apart from having the knowledge of education and books, we also have a knowledge of farming. We know how to keep this, we know how to harvest them, and we know how we can make the beehives, we know how to run the whole project of beekeeping. And that's why I can say that this is a good project, and we hope for more and more plants in the future. We hope in having a big project that can be internationally selling.
Rovering is a special category of scouting, the 3rd level actually, whereby we have young people being trained seriously on how to become leaders. As rovers, being the age of between 18 and 26, the young people get an opportunity to understand the great values of scouting and they engage themselves in training and empowering the young ones in the generation as they grow into scouting. Ropeling has as its motto, service. It is basically a call to serve the community. It is basically a call to be conscious and aware of the needs of the community and the people around you. Ropeling takes these young people from the levels pretty much from those who are in colleges, those who have finished high school and have not been attached. They are all part and parcel of Ropeling. I want to briefly speak about Ropeling in Kisii University. I speak about Kisii University because I saw Kisii University begin, and up to now, they continue to grow in the spirit of Ropeling, the spirit of service, the spirit of commitment to the community where they come from. In Kisii University, Scouting and therefore Ropeling was begun in the year 2010. During this year, we had young men, a young man called by name Benedict Mirugo and his colleagues. They were only 4. And these young people gathered together and decided they want to carry the dream of Road Pattern Power, of impacting each other with skills, with values that would be able to make the university a source of service, a source of young men of value who would
learn more how to work together. We and we are going to have this time.
The Waminifu team of Kisii University Tax Society presents to you an acronym of KRNA. Our core values are:
we are trustworthy,
we are ethical, we are competent,
and we are all faithful.
Sometimes ukianza information ikianza huko, maybe anaweza kuambia walikuwa watu watatu wakienda kuteremka huko chini, alafu wakafukuzwa na nyuki. Alafu by the time inaenda hapa itakuwa pengine something totally different.
Good afternoon. Mimi naitwa Mike, nimetoka Kisii University, Tax Society. Leo tunafurahi ili tuelezane ushuru. Ushuru ni nini? Nani anaweza jua ushuru ni nini? Nani anasikia ushuru ni nini?
Ushuru ni pesa ambazo tunatoa kwa serikali ili kuweza kujengea mashule, mabarabara na hospitali.
Hizi ni pesa ambazo sisi kama wananchi ama watu wenye tunafanya kazi tunatoa ili serikali iweze kusaidia kujenga mabarabara, hospitali na hata shule nzuri. Ndio.
Nimefurahi sana. Lengo moja kuu katika hii klabu ya Kisii University Tax Society ni kuelimisha watu katika grassroots ili waelewe ushuru ni nini. Hata hawa watoto wakienda mashinani waende waambie wazazi wao kuhusu kulipa ushuru. Ulipa ushuru?
Vile wengine wamesema, pia mimi naitwa Mary Mudoni, Tax Ambassador kutoka Kisii University, na tumefurahia sana kuwatembelea. Vile tumesema, mwende kila mtu nyumbani kwao aulize wazazi wake kama wanalipa ushuru ili tuweze kuendelesha country yetu. Kwa hivyo tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Sacrifice that I have to make to the team so that I make sure that we win. We just have to persevere so that we can win this event.
Our aim is to facilitate free tax education to enhance voluntary compliance.
I'm a mathematician. Taxation should be so easy to understand. I'm an entrepreneur. Taxation should be equitable. I am a statistician. The tax system should be flexible. I am a lawyer. You can consult me with matters to do with capital gain tax.
I'm a statistician. Consult me on matters concerning financial reporting and auditing.
I'm a financial analyst. Consult me on matters to do with value-added tax.
Thank you for your cooperation. On this day of 9/2019, it will go in the books of history. The best in the University Tax Society in Kenya came for team capacity building, and we are proud for what we have done. I'm grateful for your leaders, for the cooperation they have shown to you, for all the team, the uaminifu, uadilifu, ustadi, na usaidizi. I'm grateful for the two facilitators we have been having them. Thank you very much for St. John Ambulance. We are very grateful for the work we have done. I'm sure now you have also learned something from us, and we have also learned from them one or two things.
The Kisii University Tax Society proudly presents the most anticipated event of the year, the second National Tax Symposium.
Every time it dawns, a presence of new opportunity comes. The overshadow of darkness pushes away. An influx of light and life floods not only the world, but our lives too. My name is Kisii University Scouts Movement. Scouts being the underscore, and this is my story. It's my story of service. Service to humanity. Service without expectation. Service with no possibility of returns. Life is hard, very hard in the essence, but you never should. You work hard, shine when everybody expects you not to, strive when everybody expects you to give up, start afresh when everyone is hoping you throw your hands up. My story strengthens my resolve. My failures hardens my spirit, and my success inspires my next story. Listen to my story, fantasy, because it's an encouragement, a hope narrative, a borrow from the scouting spirit. But believe me, it's something I will want for you. The fire that burns within me is a narration, a conglomeration, a combination of small matches of my children. They are daring scouts that make me young, the boys and girls that come together to make me whole. From their sweat and strife, I make money. From their devotion and sacrifice, I am known. And from their struggles and successes, they raise spirits. They remove the rocks of my life. They sweep away the dirt from my path, while everybody else wonders how glistening I am. I am modified, humbled, and encouraged, deeply, for they do this expecting nothing whatsoever. And when they walk away, when their duty is done, they are the happiest lot. It's why I'm proud of my children. They know how to enjoy. They know how to have fun. They love their own company. And from them, they make a perfect family. They share and eat together. They laugh and cry with each other. They dance and sing for each other. They are a family you will adore. My family. God knows I know, and I adore them too. I promise you, you will adore them too. Just spend time with them and see. Life is not too easy for them too. They have challenges. They're marked to their problems too. After all, they're human too. But wait, they know this, don't they? They acknowledge their challenges. They fight their problems. And above all, they do this together. It's why they always succeed. They inspire each other. They lift each other up. They look out for one another. They take care of each other, and they stand in for one another. These, my children, are a blessing to me. They know to recognize God. They know to never forget His prayers. And they know He will be there always for them. They remind each other of their call, their sacred call to service. They inspire each other always and learn from one another every time. They always walk for each other, for it is not in their nature to leave anybody behind. Wherever they go, they leave behind a mark of excellence, a mark of service, a mark that will never be forgotten, a mark left behind in every heart they touched. They back up, joyful, happy, and delightful, with hearts full of inspiration and a sense of good. And as they journey back home, it always rings in their hearts, not about the good they have done, but what they're going to do it next. Their journey through life is smooth, simple, and seamless. It's why I love my children. Maybe they will inspire you too. Oh, I hope they inspire you too. My name is Kisii University South, and this is my story.
KNTV, expanding your vision.
Kisii University Tax Society is currently ranked the best in the country. This is a team of volunteers dedicated to enhance tax compliance.
Yeah. kupenda, bora nimpende mama yangu. Kama kupendwa mimi, nitajipenda peke yangu. Oh, kilichompoza fala, kujiona simba kumbe swala, kazama kwenye penzi swala, badala ya kusaka mnyamana. Ayo, toka neti pesa, sana pendeza, na tena na enjoy, na wanangu maombo. Wakati nasoma, na kawini kananona, wewe mwenyewe si unaona ya, ainasema bora, bora nienjoy. Maisha mafupi ni siku, yani mimi tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, bora nienjoy. Maisha mafupi ni siku, yani mimi tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, napenda nikilewa nipande juu ya meza, michocho unatema Kiingereza, tupande juu ya meza, tupande juu ya meza, tupande juu ya meza, sa, 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 sa. Bora nienjoy. Maisha mafupi ni siku, yani mimi tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko. Ona mpaka leo, umejini sipati, yani mpaka leo, mebaki katikati. Rafiki, rafiki, rafiki wa kweli ni nani? Rafiki, rafiki, ni ndugu wa majirani. Umepatile kwa sare, wakulia na wesimani, wakukosa pongeze, ama ile wanipendani. Nileko, rafiki yangu pesa, 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 rafiki yangu pesa. Aji, 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 unabot, aji, yamaji, aji, aji, pesa, aji, 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 buhage, aji, akombeji, niji, aji, korokoro, aji, 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 aji,
La présidente Maman Samia.
Sina, Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad. I don't know what's over me. Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm wild. I don't know what's over me. I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. That got me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel. 'Cause I am fucked up, brutal. I don't know how to keep moving. So I can make it cool. I've been making too many shots of all night. But you really another road. Think about it, you want to we were somebody we want to show. So I can never be sober. I can never be sober. just wanted learn, okay? You get shot, I wanna be the only one that you call it daddy. All that one got you do, so call you daddy. For a million years I'm gonna do it. I like it the way you move. I like it, Monday, be my heart, Monday, be my show, Monday, be my leg, oh Monday, you could be my baby, Monday. Oh,
University Tax Society proudly presents the most anticipated event of the year, the second National Tax Symposium.
Every time it dawns, a presence of new opportunity comes. The
The Kisii University Tax Society proudly presents the most anticipated event of the year, the second National Tax Symposium.
Now, as we are waiting for the afternoon session, all those the four guys who qualified, the four guys who are going to receive the monetary award, where are they? Kindly come to the stage. The four of you, hurry up before we begin. As they are coming, ladies and gentlemen, sir, thank you, Scout, thank you. As they are coming, ladies and gentlemen, there are pictures that are posted on the KSU tax page. Remember, just search. Those on Twitter currently, there are pictures that have been posted there. Just search KSU_tax. KSU_tax. There are pictures there. Go take your pic. I think one of the pictures is there. Go take that picture and then you retweet or repost. The one that shall be having the most engagements. Scouts, kindly. Scouts. Yes. The ones that shall be having the most engagements, we have a reward for you here. So go to Twitter, search, or X, search KSU_tax. And then there are a number of pictures that are posted there. There are hashtags to use. They're also tagged there, the hashtags. I think Eric is doing a good job on that end. Now, before I bring in my first speaker of the day, we need to do this judgment. I also need you to help me do this judgment. No, the chairs are 3. And the members are 4. With the help of my DJ, we're going to put a song for you. When the DJ pauses the music, you grab a seat. Make sure you're not 2 on one seat. Mkikaa wawili toa mwingine. Sawa. No objection, that is the challenge. We are going with it. Now, be round. Just come here and then take one step away. Take one step away. DJ, you ready? You ready? Remember, you must be dancing. If you just see you moving, you're disqualified. So the winner of this is going for the attachment, right? Sawa, DJ, wewe kazi yako itakuwa ni kuplay na kupause. Sasa ile unajisikia, ikuwe ni 2 seconds, ikuwe ni 3 seconds, ikuwe ni 5 seconds, wewe ni kazi yako. Sawa, just ukuwe 1 step away from the chair, 1 step away. Wewe ka 1 step away. Hivyo, tunaenda hivi, so turn. We are going in this direction. Tunaenda round hivyo. Sawa, DJ, play. Let's do it. Wewe utaamua time ya stop. Akitupeza hivi music, sit on that seat. Sawa? Aya, twende. Twende round. Songa mbali na kiti. Aya, tuna dance. Make sure we're dancing. Uwezi sukuma galcha ilivyo. Mpigeni makofi. Thank you so much. Uwezi sukuma galcha ilivyo. Aya, simama. Uno kumundus. Amekula sehemu sawa. Aya, zimebaki 2. Unaweza enda kukaa. Thank you. Wewe unaweza enda kukaa. Aya, twende. Rudi hapa. Make 1 step. Hata wewe rudi hapo. Make 1 step. Kanyaga. Aya, make 1 step. Hapo. So tunaenda hivyo round. Sawa. DJ tuende kazi. Songa mbali na kiti. Turn around. Kisii University ladies. Aya, sawa, tukeni. Hii ni moja. Sasa hii yenye imebaki iko hapa. Huku ataanguka. Aya, huku basi. Aya, twende pale. Simama hapa. DJ, usipress kama wadance. Hao wengine wako timing. Songa hapa karibu. Usipinde line ya mwisho. Simama mbele ya line. Songa mbele. Wewe songa mbele. DJ akipose na mnafika kwa hiyo kiti. Sawa. Na lazima mdance. Na mdance kama mwangalie huko. Sawa? Haya. Na hakuna kuvuta kiti. Unakaa mahali huko. Na usiruke hiyo line kukuja nyuma. Haya, DJ, wewe watu wa dance. Our dance. Kama mdance tutadisqualify, turudishe boy child. Weke nini? Kwani hawa ni mambo ya wakulima. DJ, weka hiyo ngoma, weka tu twende. Aya, twende dance. Twende dance. Mpigeni makofi. I think Edgar Bokosi kazi. Huyo ndo mshindi wa siku ya leo. Amejishindia direct attachment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going direct to our afternoon presentation. And I'm going to call upon our first presenter, who is going to deal with the introduction of taxation in the digital economy. Introduction to taxation in the digital economy. Begin makofi kuja. I'm giving you only 5 minutes. 5 minutes kisha tunakukat. Karibu.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our able patron and my fellow comrades in the house, good afternoon. Hope you're all doing good. Okay, I'm Fondo Bran. I'm 2.2 student. I do pursue Bachelor of Mathematics with Statistics. And I am here to introduce to you about digital taxation, taxation in digital economy. And here I'm going to emphasize and bring you to an understanding how of the evolving landscape and of taxation in digital economy and its complications for business and individuals. Now, taxation digital economy is a complex and an evolving landscape. How? Because as technology grows or advances in daily basis, there are new models of businesses that do exist every now and then, like the taxation, the traditional taxation frameworks are being challenged by the new model. Like of the traditional taxation frameworks, let's talk about the income tax or the VAT, and while in the digital, we talk about the DST, that's the digital service tax, we talk about the user-based tax and all that. So there are some aspects that we should consider in order to cope up with this taxation in this digital world. And aspect number one, we should determine the jurisdiction for the taxation transaction. How? Because as we know, we are to the digital world, that means that the digital transaction has been advanced to another level. And therefore, we should have that knowledge on how we are going to assess, collect, and manage tax in this digital world. And for the benefits of this, taxation in digital economy to this world, to this country, not world, but the government has able to manage and collect a bigger percentage of revenue. Why? Because new businesses ideas, online businesses ideas are advancing on a daily basis, and they're becoming more and more. And therefore, the revenue continues to grow. And as a result, we as individuals, we also benefit from the growth of these revenues. Why? Because once the revenues are collected as many as possible, they are able to develop public services and other infrastructures of which we benefit from them. And allow me to talk about the challenges. About the challenges on this taxation in this digital economy. Challenges we are going to talk about on how we can assess and manage this collection of tax in online. How? This is because due to the border cross management that it's hindered by the lack of internet and all that. And as a result, revenue collected lowers in terms of percentage. And by lowering in terms of percentage, that means even infrastructure development and funding of public services is going to be lower or is going to be hindered. And for that case, we as individuals, we are also going to be affected. If there is lack of infrastructure development and all that, that means being employed will be very difficult because there is no any other means of funding. And on this solution on this taxation in the economy, we are going to emphasize on basis on the government to seek professional advice from the international cooperation like the OECD, that is the Organization of Economic and Cooperation Development. So whenever we're going to seek advice there and build a good relationship with the international corporations, we are going to see how we are going to tackle the access and management of taxation through the online forms. I think from that juncture, allow me to stop there in case there's any other question or any point of concern. That means you are very much okay with my presentation. Okay, allow me to stop there, and once again, thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, to keep time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to our next presenter. For our second presenter is going to deal with taxation challenges in e-commerce and online transactions. Taxation challenges and online transactions. Beginning of Puja. Such a beautiful role. Let's keep on training, let's keep on training. We shall be seeing the most engaged on X, on YouTube, and on Facebook, and then I shall be giving the rewards later on.
Thank you. Hello everyone. I'm Faith Wandia. Faith Wandia is an explorer, is a passionate explorer, diving into the world of hospitality management. As a first-year student, I'm highly honored to be here. Apart from my studies, I'm a member of St. John's Ambulance, and I really thank God for the grace. I will be dealing with the challenges, taxation challenges of commerce and online transaction in the digital economy. We're talking about challenges in this economy and e-commerce and transaction and online transactions. So online, there are so many challenges facing online business platforms, and these challenges are affected by paying of taxes. For example, we see that there are some of these challenges that hereby affect the online e-commerce and online transactions. One of the challenges is lack of physical presence. This is whereby so many business partners are always looking for a way to perform business online, and hence there is no that physical contact between the seller and the buyer, therefore creating a challenge through these platforms. Another challenge is jurisdiction issues. It is whereby every power, it is so difficult to obtain power due to taxation. Another point is digital products and services. It is very difficult for tax authorities to obtain tax imposition on digital platforms like the software. Another point is compliance and enforcement. There are so many challenges under this, and this taxation affects mostly the e-commerce and transaction and online transaction. And one of the ways to solve these challenges is by international cooperation, when countries come together to cooperate in so many ways. And also another importance of solving these issues is by educating and raising awareness. We should educate those people, the illiterate people, about the tax imposition, because it is very important. Actually, if you consider a world that does not pay tax, a country that does not pay tax, it's very, very impossible, and there are so many. Okay. Forgive me for that. And I really, okay. So I'm talking about taxation challenges in e-commerce and online transaction. So solutions is we should enhance on educating people and creating awareness. And it is very important because if you don't pay tax in this country, we will not be able to enjoy the facilities offered by the government. And it is very difficult because we will not be able to enjoy the public schools and also the public hospitals. In a nutshell, we should all embrace the fact that we should all embrace employing taxation, because it is very important, since it is not only revenue collection of revenue, but also it helps in social progress and also economic development. As I conclude, I would like to ask if there is any question. To be honest, I didn't get that. Thank you for that. That was my time. Thank you so much for listening.
That was so clever, right? Kama ikuhusu haikuhusu, sio? Kama ikuhusu haikuhusu. Sijui kama umepata swali. You can just start because of the waves.
I don't know if I got the question right. You are asking about the cost of collection should not surpass.
Use this one.
I was talking about there is this principle of taxation which measures that on economic profit. It talks about cost of collection should not exceed the cost of the revenues collected. Now I was asking, what if we adopt this digital economy and we know that it is about technology? Technology is so much consuming. Now I feel like if we adapt to this digital economy, it's going to be more than consuming, and it might surpass the collection of it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah. The way KRA operates, it's part of an economy. It's not separate from the economy. And one thing you know is that we have a research team, and their job is to look at what is changing in the economy, what is really changing in the economy. And when you ask yourself what is changing in the economy, then it will be able to guide you. To be very honest, if I was to go around Kenya and train on my own, it's not possible. That's why we are using the tax ambassador. So it's the same thing. You look at yourself. There's a plan. Oliver just told us. ICT, Ministry of ICT says that they want to have internet everywhere. That is their plan. Of course, they'll be asked what will be the ripple effect. When everyone has access to internet, then it means they have access to quick information and they have access to other things. So as KRA, we ask ourselves, statistically speaking, is it cheaper for someone to come from Nyamira, I don't know which is the Isibania maybe, from Isibania to come to Kisii TSO to be served? Is it practical? What have they lost? Time, which they could have used to trade. What have they lost? Money, kulipa. And then now, if all of them want to come to TSO, do you think we'll be able to serve them in one day? Probably not. So utaenda, urudi. Don't you think it's much easier for us to adapt to the technology that is changing and say, I'm in Isibania, I can serve from Isibania. I'm in Isibania at the border, whatever is happening at that border in terms of customs can reflect real time to me in Nairobi. I make decision, imepita. But then if there is one, in economics, one thing is time. Time you can never get back. So in life, you need to be able to adjust and be able to tap into that market. I can tell you from where you are, probably unanunua vitu Alibaba, Kilimall, you're buying from all these places. We are a global space. If you don't bring them on board to pay taxes, they'll come back to you. So life is about looking at the bigger picture, researching, and adapting to it. That's how life works. So it's not going to be expensive, rather it's efficient and cheaper. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Are you answered? You know, we are lucky today to have the whole team of KRA. Nimeona mwingine kuna swali. Ulikuwa na swali? Na isiwe swali ngumu sana na isiwe refu sana. Sasa Skono mbili. Ako wapi ile na swali? Pitishie.
Yes, actually the previous presenter has talked about lack of physical presence as the first challenge. And what Madam has said, I think it's contradicting the point. Madam was talking about saving time. And when you talk about lack of physical presence, it needs time to travel from one point to another. And e-commerce, why do you say that the first point is lack of physical presence, yet e-commerce is the electrical transaction, like it's the electrical trade? Yeah. How is it related to physical presence? Thank you.
Uzuri kwa zola kuna kisiapa tunarudi, lakini ukichoka kuna timu kwa hapa kubwa wanaweza kusaidia.
So my question is, when we were younger, trust me, we did not have jobs like content creation. Hazikuwa, they were non-existent. But right now, do people work remotely? See, you can work remotely. And see, you can trade on the digital space, and you're able to, you can trade on the digital space, and you're able to do whatever you want from the comfort of where you are, right? And how popular is that becoming? How popular is that? Anyone who has statistics, it is very popular. It's the next big thing. You are having a discussion here about AI. Sorry, that was in my head. I thought I was going to hear it. About tax education. and how we can leverage technology. None mentioned AI. But AI is coming. Actually, it's here with us. And with AI means whoever used to be a chain of people imekatwa, ikabaki ni akili yangu na system. But this system, I might not be able to collect tax from you individually like it was before. It means there's someone who's running that AI open source, right? So does it make any sense for me to continue taxing you instead of going for the person for AI? Does it make any sense? It's just looking at it from a bigger picture. The world is 360. Economics, actually. When any economics student, economics 101, it's a perfect circle. If I remove anything from that circle, there is a direct ripple effect. So the minute we said we introduce internet, none of us thought that it will come with people losing jobs, maybe. It was not something that was in our mind. When people are introducing AI, they're thinking efficiency. But if you look at the bigger picture, it means so many things are going to change. The way we do things, online class. Do you have online class or not? If today I wanted to meet you from Nairobi, what would I have done? Zoom. So whether we like it or not, the world is changing. And the one thing that I'll tell you today is, there is nothing as sure as change. Change will come. Simple na generation alpha. Come, you Gen Zs. Bask in it. Gen Alphas are already taking the space. And I can tell you for sure, if you ask them, who do you want to become when you grow up? What do you think they say? What do you think they say? A gamer. I want to be a gamer. Gives me good money. I can work on my own terms. I don't need to go to the university. So the question is, Kisii University is prepared to have someone who's to train on gaming? Is Kisii University to onboard someone who does AI? I am telling you, if you go to what is happening in CBC, ukipata tabia CBC total class 4, utafanya your homework. You won't do it. But you see, the good thing is, they are preparing for future. The labor focus, that is how it's looking like. So we cannot continue to do the same and expect to see any different. By the time wanamaliza the CBC class, by the time they're done, I do not know what will be the name of the faculties that I'm seeing around, but you can be rest assured they will change. So for that particular reason, you change, you adapt, you grow. That's how you move from having flats to high-rises. Because resources are not changing, but you need to adapt to be able to survive. It's about survival for the fittest. Yes. So don't look at it from a problem solution. Look at it from an adapting solution. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cousin. Beginning of coffee. I can see why KRA looked for you. You can tackle anything that comes your way. Now, as I'm going through the Kisii Tax Society X page, I'm seeing as many photos as possible. So as I'm saying this, kindly, the panel 2, you can come on the stage. Panel 2, they're going to tackle leveraging technology to innovate tax enforcement and policy development. Panel 2, kindly to the stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you go to take those pictures so that you can go and post them, kindly just like, don't just take a picture and the page is none of your business. Kindly like and you can share with your friends. The Sunday will be busy looking for the most engagements. And make sure you tag at KRA Care, you tag at KRA Corporate, and then you tag at PFMRS Kenya, and then you tag at Kisii Uni Official. Make sure you tag on all your posts. As you can see the guy who is posting is tagging all of them. And there are different hashtags to use on them. There are also different hashtags to use. So kindly, let's be trending. I can see we're doing some great job. The panel, the stage is yours. But give my for the money. Kindly.
Thank you very much. This is panel 2. My name is Willie Fokum, third year student pursuing criminology. Pursuing BA in Criminology and Security Studies. I hold a special interest in customs. And today, we're going to hold a discussion. And it is not just a discussion, but a conversation that the first panel began, but now we are building on it. So one thing, be rest assured that we are going to engage the audience and also the viewers via our online platforms. So before I introduce my fellow panelists, allow me introduce the topic officially to you. That the topic that we're going to tackle is leveraging technology to innovate tax enforcement and policy development. So let me give my fellow panelists a chance to introduce themselves and then we pick it from there.
Good evening. My name is John Gatere, actuarial science student and CPA intermediate. I'm glad to be part of this panelist and looking forward to engage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Ochieng Wycliffe, third year student, taking BSc Mathematics, specializing in statistics, and I'm a tax ambassador. I'm happy to be here. I'm sure we are going to engage more. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Beatrice Zahab, a third year student pursuing Bachelor of Arts, Public Administration and Political Science. It's my pleasure to be among the past panelists.
Yes, good evening. It's Ochieng Mosowino at Kisii University, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Industrial Chemistry. An ambassador, a tax society ambassador of that case, and I'm very delighted to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sylvester Juma. I'm a third year student pursuing Bachelor of Science in Mathematics, applied option. I'm glad to be among the
in enhancing tax compliance.
All right, and maybe Prof, what is your view on this?
So as you can see, we are heading to a digitalized world as for now. Okay. So since we are moving to the digitalized world, the KRA team have digitalized their system and practices, enabling them to change their policy design and revenue administration.
Okay, yeah. And just on the same note, maybe we would like to know how has technology, transformed the tax enforcement practices currently?
Yeah, okay. Like as I've said, we are digitizing the system, the KRA. So you see that this digitization of the KRA system has enabled the tax enforcement mechanism. In short, not even it has, what it has done is strengthening the digitalization of the system has strengthened and revamped the tax mechanism. Not tax, but the tax enforcement, the tax enforcement systems. Like let's say, for example, the e-tax. You see that the e-tax have been integrated. It has been integrated in such a way that it has been integrated with the integrated financial management information systems and the Commercial Bank of Kenya to facilitate the identification of active or unregistered businesses and even potential taxpayers.
All right, and maybe to my brother Wycliffe, what is your view on the same opinion?
Okay, thank you. As per technology, I will say KRA has made a remarkable job, and as per now, we will say that even as per now, from our comfort zone, we can communicate with KRA officials, and we will receive a reply in a stipulated time before they will say 24 hours latest. So I can say they have done a remarkable job there. Thank you.
Okay. And Juma, maybe this is for you. You know, KRA is currently relying on data. In terms of, we get data from the taxpayers, we process the information, we get back to them, and they also give us feedback. Now, you understand that this process is sometimes it gets to some sensitive information from the taxpayer and the KRA team. Now, what do you think are some of the security and data privacy measures that have been put in place to ensure that the data that taxpayer provides to KRA remains with them and it's a communication between the taxpayer and the KRA?
Okay, thank you, Wycliffe. You will agree with me that technology has taken over, for lack of a better word. So, how is KRA embracing the new technology in safeguarding our the data at hand? So, even before you access any services that KRA provides, you must provide your KRA PIN and also your password. And KRA doesn't share your information with any other third party unless it is directive from other security departments like the DCI and so on. So carriers continue protecting our data in terms of you must have a password to log in or to access any services that it provides.
Okay. And maybe on the same note, you've realized that there's development of application programming interfaces and also containerization of applications. How is this going to significantly improve the tax enforcement practices? Maybe we begin from the hub.
Okay, what I can say, the KRA has been in a position to conduct regular assessments, regular security assessments to enhance that individuals and businesses' data is secured through enhancing data and data protection. Also, the KRA has been in a position to train their officials on the best methods and practices that they may implement to protect individuals' data.
All right. Okay. I think we are getting to understand this thing more. And maybe, Gateri, if you may ask, what is your opinion on the same?
I think we can. When we look at the custom, one of the notable examples is like custom and cross-border systems that have been put in place. For example, the custom came up with the integrated custom management system. This integrated custom management system has improved cargo, or it has fastened cargo clearance at the borders. It has also a lot of transactions can be done within a very short time, and as a result, corruption has been reduced, and KRA has been receiving quite a significant amount of revenue from the same because of just the introduction of simple technology.
And maybe Wycliffe, you've realized that currently the government is moving its services to online. And you are paying for goods and services in a single pool. That means for these government institutions, they're going to pay for their services and goods in a single pool, and at the same time, the services are accessible in a single platform, that is the e-citizen. So, when we look at the whole idea, how do you think we can engage those people in the remote areas that maybe have not been well versed with the technology?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Okumo. I will say change is inevitable, and when there is change, we have to comply. And just my suggestion, I will say government would have started with educating the old mamas and the mama mboga in the remote areas in the village, because you realize that if we as students who are on campus, just the other day when e-citizen was introduced, we faced a bigger challenge into transiting from paying to the bank direct to the e-citizen direct. So I would say that education should have come first before implementation. Yes.
And maybe Gatere, what is your view on this particular issue?
I think I would disagree with my brother here. I think centralizing government services into one platform is important. Remember, President Kibaki introduced, came up with Vision 2030. We aspire as a country that by 2030 we should have transformed fully into technology. And we can all see that we are making good progress as a country. So introduction or rather centralizing government services into one platform is important. However, there are some regions in our country that have been left behind. They're having challenges with network and internet. But I think to provide solution to that, remember it is a government policy that there should be, or rather the government is going to introduce ICT hub in every ward across the country. So those guys who cannot access, although in those regions who cannot access government services, or rather care services in the e-citizen, can access such services at the comfort of their wards, because the government has made a significant step to introduce ICT hub in every ward across the country. So I think, as he has said, change is inevitable. We just have to make sure that we are moving together. No region should be left behind.
And just in relation to that, you know, when we talk about technology, who do you think should be involved when it comes to strategies and policy development processes?
I think that's a good point. Who should be involved in the policy development? I mean, everybody, starting from the public, through public participation, making sure that the public opinion is heard. Because at the end of the day, the policies that are being developed are going to be imposed to citizens directly. They are going to be felt directly. So there is need to make sure that the primary people is the citizens. Their concerns, their ideas, their thinking is well incorporated into through public participation. Another other people that should be engaged is the private sector. We have, for example, the ISPA, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, the Society of Actuaries, all professions. We need to hear what is their contribution before the development of any law. Right? So, literally, everybody should be heard. Before development.
And maybe just to wind up the hub, how do you think technology is going to facilitate the participation of these stakeholders?
Okay, through the communication platforms, that is we have the Twitter, Instagram, and other chat box where different stakeholders are going to engage in discussion on how the policy are going to be formulated.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was our panel discussion this afternoon. Thank you, audience, and thank you, viewers. And you can repost, reshare, and like. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You can resume your seats. Wapigeni makofi tena. We are going to have some very brief presentations from two guys. After the two brief presentations, that are going to take 5 minutes each, we're going to have now the awards and some bit of entertainment from the Kisii University Band. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me bring to you our third presenter that is going to deal with digital tax compliance tools and technologies. Begin makofi, ladies and gentlemen. Pale nyuma tupige makofi. Hiyo hapo nyuma. Hapo. Wale wanakola smile. Ukimaliza kaacha namba, sawa? Pigeni makofi tena jamani. Good evening. I'm taking criminology and security studies, and I'm also a student member. We'll actually be taking you to modern compliance tools are like tax softwares, the blockchain technologies, and data analysis. Actually, this one they are actually assisting them in automatic calculation. Also, when they are efficient, they also assist them in their real-time update of their data on the tax. And also, main conclusion, although it is so long, and the main conclusion is that I think this digital kind of tax, this digital kind of tax compliance tools and technology actually is more efficient than the initial one that was used in hand-lock ways. Since that is actually efficient, this is actually accuracy, and it is also cost saving. So, it is actually saving the many carriers, like now reducing the cost of more employment of people, since that these systems are going to update the document first. So, thank you. I think you used around 2 minutes. It was so brief. How come you come? Now, our next presenter is going to talk about cyber security and data privacy in taxation. Begin your conversation. You will always know a woman by the looks. Lazima babe la laptop. Let's hope you have the content. Sisi vitisho, ndio? Sawa, karibu. Mpigeni makofi ya, tunapigia makofi.
All protocols observed. Good evening. So, I am presenting cyber security and data privacy in taxation. So, number one, how many of us have secrets? How many of us have secrets? We have 2, 3, we have secrets. I also have a secret. Sawa. I have a secret. But before I tell you my secret, I would want you to share your secret with the person right on your right. The person on your right, seated adjacent to you on your right. Share your secret. Just share your secret. Okay, so kuna watu wanasema no. Some are sharing. Now, my secret is this. My secret is this. I'm already taking bachelor's degree in criminology and security studies. I'm in fourth year, 4.1. 4.2, yeah, sorry, 4.2. Sorry. I was a bit taken. So, that is my secret. That is my secret. You are expecting something. That is my secret. Now, why did we have a fraction of people refusing to give their secret to the other person? Number one, we have an element of trust. An element of trust. The tech team, please, next slide. An element of trust. Number two, we have something known as a breach of wall or a circle that you have personally created. And for you to create a circle, for it to be a perfect circle, you must have taken your time to create that circle. So you giving out information to the next person really needs you to trust this person with this information that you're giving them. Are we okay? Yeah. Now, we are talking about digitization or digital frameworks integration, where you are sharing your information with the Kenya Revenue Authority. The Kenya Revenue Authority is the second person that is giving you information. You are the first person holding the information. You are giving your information to the second person. But now that we are using digital platforms, you are giving your information via a channel. You are giving your information via a channel. The KRA has an information communication technology team, which if anyone of us has a phone, please look for the ICT strategy of KRA, page number 38 and 45. That is where my major presentation is. Now, what is cybersecurity? What is cybersecurity? Anybody? What is cybersecurity? Anybody who can try? Cybersecurity? Cybersecurity? Nobody knows. Okay. Cybersecurity, Lucy. So she has a good trial. These are the processes that are being used to protect not only your information, but also your privacy online. We have something also known as data privacy. Cybersecurity and data privacy are two different things, but all of them come in handy in something known as the cyberspace. The cyberspace is not only on your laptop, it's all over the network. Whether you're using a phone, whether you're using any digital platform that you're using right now. Even the data that most of you are in can be breached. Yesterday, I had a couple of friends who were telling me, I texted them via FB telling them that I won 100K. Do I look like someone who has 100K? I look like someone who has 100K. But that was proud. Someone had hacked into my FB account. Are we okay? So that is an example of data privacy. No, that is an example of an cyber attack. Are we okay? Yeah. So for that not to happen, we must have strategies and guidelines. Byron is not giving me a slide. Strategy and guidelines that use to ensure that our information is safe personally. Now, when you're giving information to the Kenya Revenue Authority, for example, those people who are filing returns, mostly, personally, I don't know if it has changed, but I use iTax. So they always require your KRA PIN and a password, which if you don't have, you can generate using your email. Are we okay? And also, they have a way, or they're using a software which, if you are generating a password, they suggest some passwords for you. If you cannot suggest a strong password, you key in a 4-letter word, they will tell you that is weak. There's something about maybe strong, I guess, then there's that strong password that you use. Now, all your information is always in the KRA system, or the KRA database. But not only one person, it's not only one person that is processing that information. Your information can come from an IT guy to someone maybe in the 6th floor in Times Tower, maybe, that person is being given that information using a software. Okay. Now, through that channel of information sharing, there can be a breach where someone can attack the system, then retrieve the information that you have. For example, the PIN, your credit card PIN, maybe the password that you have, or your KRA PIN itself. Are we okay? Now, the Kenya Revenue Authority, from what I know and from the pages that I've guided you to, because we don't have time, they have systems which they use. One of the systems that they use is the enterprise risk management. Then number 2, they have the public key infrastructure technology. The public key infrastructure technology is whereby you have a password that you key into a system. Sindio. But that password is only known to you personally. Somebody else is giving that password with another wrong information. Maybe, for example, if they want to carry a PIN and the password that you used in that portal or that account, if they don't match, then that system that they are using will bar the person from keying into the system. Another thing also is when the KRA is transferring your information from one office to the other, your information is safe. How? Because your information is transferred in an encrypted format. In an encrypted format, whereby it needs someone who has the decryption key to decrypt that information so that they access it or they read it in a simple manner. Is that okay? Yeah, so that is the second one, and then the third one, which is the most largely used by the Kenya Revenue Authority, is the Security Operations Center, which all of these strategies used by the Kenya Revenue Authority have to go in line with policy and guidelines that are being given by the government, especially the Information, Communication and Technology Ministry, where we have number 1, Kenya Information Act of 1998, we have the National Cybersecurity Strategy of 2014, and then we have the Data Protection Act, which was established in 2019, and the last one we have National ICT Policy Guidelines. If the policies that they are giving do not conform with what the government has put in place, then those policies are done away with, and the KRA is being told, please give us other policies or other guidelines in regards to your cyber security system, so that the information of that mama mboga who is illiterate is not leaked. Because, for example, someone like me, I've just told you yesterday I had a breach in my Facebook account. I was able to retrieve that Facebook account back. But there is someone who is back there in the village who is illiterate in matters of IT or digitization, which we are talking about here, which also there is another challenge which we are going to face in this era. Just a minute, I'm finishing. So if that mama is illiterate, they cannot retrieve this information that they have. That is why the government is strict on these policies. And also, again, what you have to know when you are coming into contact with KRA in matters of information is that the KRA can also be legally liable for losing your information. That is why they are also strict with the information that they handle, who handles that information, and how they are handled. Not everybody in KRA handles your information. Not everybody. The person who has been given authority or an authorized personnel is the only person who can access that, because if anything happens, then they will have to explain to us how that happened. When I was in my second year of study, I worked at the Times Tower in the office of the CEO. We were building the proofs that were there. You cannot access any from the gate. From the gate, you cannot access anything inside the Times Tower building without an authorized access. For example, ukianza pale kwa gate, kuna wale masoja wa Bob Morgan security, they will have to check you thoroughly. They will have to check you thoroughly. As you go in, that is how the security is tightened and it is digitized. Are we okay? Are we good? Yeah. So my last thing is, don't be afraid to delve into or dive into the digitization that KRA is bringing in, because the cybersecurity that has been put in place is able to protect the cyberspace that the KRA is building. Number two, the KRA also has an artificial intelligence system for the cybersecurity or cyber attacks that are there. For example, they have firewall breaches. We have something known as the taxation shield that is also being put in place. And lastly, we have something I'm forgetting about it, but it's there. Are we okay? Yes, so that is the end of my presentation. Any question? Any question? No question. Thank you so much. And tafadhali tulipe ushuru tujitegemee.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now to finalize our presentations, kindly allow me bring for 1 minute and a half, let me bring Corazon to give us a summary of the afternoon presentations. Corazon, kindly. Aizi kuja kama mwenyamaza. Sasa mnapigia makofi kuja. If you miss anything in this 1 minute and a half, in these 2 minutes, kindly grab something, because she's finalizing on something so great. Welcome, Corazon.
I'll try and take 5 minutes. Good, the last presentation, well done. That was a well-researched presentation. So I'll ask, there was a question where we wanted to find out how do we leverage technology for enforcement. One, tax amnesty. Let me start with that. It's automated. So for anyone who does not have any principle, it's automated. That is how we are leveraging. And what happens on, to that particular scenario, then the system is able to save. The other thing is we have something called VAT auto-population, and they mention here about accuracy. And what does it do? It auto-populates the input versus the output. Makes it so easy for you to be able to file. I know right now when you file returns for the staff, you're able to see the P9s already there, and makes it so easy for you to do the same. So we've introduced the same for VAT as well to make sure that that is done. It is real time. It is real time. Immediately you make the payment and you transmit, you are able to see that payment. Another thing that it has done, I'm able to confirm and verify if that is a true receipt. I don't even need to do it, you can even do it yourself. All you need to do is to be able to confirm and scan the receipt. What that has done for us, it has reduced the number of wrongful, fictitious claims that you're having at the end of the day. There's something that they mentioned about integration. Remember, there's integration between the domestic taxes department system, ITAX, and what they call integrated customs management system, ICMS. It is seamless. We are able to integrate and get the information from our customs side coming straight to our domestic taxes department, so that we are able to tell whether it's accurate. We have RECs. Kitambo used to go all the way, follow the track mpaka itoke, so that they don't dump things here. Now we just attach a gadget. At the comfort of Science Tower Command Center, we are able to do it. The clearance process has reduced drastically. Because what happens right now, when you come with your cargo in, imagine your 40-foot container, it just goes through a scanner. Even if it's bags through the airport, it just goes through a scanner, and then the scanner is able to detect whether what you said you declare is matching up or not. Don't you think that's efficient? Don't you think that that is deterring people from doing it? And the question that I asked, how did you get to 234B in 2002 to 4 trillion? How did you get to that? It's the technology. Because the technology will do 2 things. Deter those who want to end at kando, and make it efficient for those who want to do the right thing. On the last presentation, I'm going to summarize it in, I think, what will be layman. How do we ensure data security? Of course, we are there to all the laws that he mentioned. But from your end, one thing, password. you'll be asked for a password. And the password keeps changing. You've realized if you don't use it for a long time, it will ask you to change. It's a security measure. There's something called OTP, one-time password, that should send to your email just to confirm if that email is the same email that you're using. Another thing that you have is one PIN, one email. One PIN, one email. Before it used to be you could have several PIN numbers having the same PIN, but right now it's one PIN, one email, for us to be able to make sure that you are controlling. And I like what you said, not everyone has access to your data. Not everyone. I, for one, do not have access. Why do I need to have access to it? I used to have it when I was in domestic taxes, but right now I don't need it. And when I was in domestic taxes, you could tell whatever it is that I've done with my password. And what does that do? It holds me accountable. So that is how we make sure that your data is secure. We've made it sure that as far as you're concerned, you're able to correct that space. We try as much as possible to say that in an event that you've forgotten, we have a mechanism for you to remember. In case you leave it for so long and give people an opportunity to hack, we've tried as much as possible to make it so easy. Our password, not the easiest, but these are measures that we've put in place to be able to assist you. So in a nutshell, that is what KRA is doing, leveraging on technology just to be able to make sure that we enforce, we are efficient, we trade facilitated, we make it easy for you to be able to do this. And one final thing, we are not in the business of selling your data. You can be rest assured. In between collection, selling the data will not come in between. So for that particular reason, you can be rest assured that your data that you give us is safe with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I take this opportunity. You have a question? So be brief. Kindly be brief. Start.
So there is digital economy, which is put aside to expand our tax base, and then there's the digital way of helping you to be able to do this. But that is why we are here today. Because the question we ask ourselves is, how do we complement the digital space? How do we complement our digital system at the end of the day? You see, by the time I come to your shop and you close, who loses? Is it KRA or is it you? Trust to me, KRA does not lose. But if all of you decided to use eTIMS, you use eTIMS, and remember, it's data sharing between us, lands, single business permits. We have the information is there. So if I come to Kisii market, for example, and then I see person 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 has filed their returns, made their payments, that is information to me. What that will translate to, I do not need to look for you. I will look for specific. And when I look for specific, I will not look for specific to come and force you. The first point is always to inform you. That is why we have the revenue service assistants. They are there to assist you. not for any other reason, to come and find out why is it that you're not complying and how can we help you. And sometimes you'll realize that we'll even go with the universities themselves. If they don't want to see a KRA soul, they'll close the shop. Why can't I go with a university student, do market activation, and then when I realize what their problem is, we've set up a booth somewhere for us to be able to assist. So we are not ditching, for lack of a better word, the face-to-face, the manual way of assisting you. No, that's not what you're doing. And that's why we are here. The tax ambassadors are specifically supposed to assist us in the outreach, so that in case someone gets stuck, we are able to help them out with a friendly, nice, friendly way in a language that they can understand. So please do not worry. We have, everyone has to be taken care of. Everyone has to be assisted at the end of the day. It's just that when we receive the technology, then I'll really give help to someone who really deserves it compared to giving it to everyone.
Thank you. She's a good student. I think you need to go with her to the offices so that she can see something. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for some piece of entertainment, let me bring to you the Kisii University Band. Kindly, Kisii University Band, head to the stage. As they are preparing, remember, we are still posting on the KSU Tax Society X page. Just keep on looking. There are a number of pictures there. The one that are taken here. Kindly, you're doing it from there. Oh, very nice. As the pictures are being taken there, you can see them on the X. So kindly share. There's somebody who is looking for you. It might be your good day. Band, kindly. The stage is yours. Now, Gabriel, who has a spoken word art about KRA. Gabriel, the stage is yours.
Sase, yeah, without a light note. The reason nimekosa attachment ni juu si guitar, so I got no strings attached. Na ningekuwa mgikuu mgenita KRA cause niko live kwa screens za KRA. Yeah, so of course I'm redeemed by the Lamb, so niko sure nitagonga points. Now, nimekuja na stories za ushuru. Nitaongea the truth, manaogopa kupiga mawe kama Stefano na watu wenyewe wanasema stories za ushuru ni no. Wanajifanya they don't know na the fact ni they know. Mnalenga hizi stories za ushuru na mnajua tu ndio itatuletea uhuru. Yeah, uhuru wa madeni. Our pride kujitegemea. No. Hisi ni tax error. Oh, I mean error sio error. Najua kuna tax ileta error na tax ndio tu itafuta hizi errors. So, Kisii approach yake na Mungu asinyimwe haki yake. So, tunamuita tax collector yet in real sense yeye ndo tax corrector. I'm not talking from a political point of view, niko na baba and I love my mother so much. So kazi ni kazi. Na azimio letu ni kujenga taifa. That's our duty. I mean huo ndo wajibu wetu. Utadrive gari bila fuel. Najua tuna complain vile eti life ni cruel. Easy citizens. You need something new, basi lipa revenue. So no share ya punda na mzigo mzito tuache. Hii ni kazi yetu sote, si ya watu wachache. So ningeleteng hii peace, but mtaniruhusu ni hold my peace na kusema, you know, abortion is a crime. But tuna end up kublame ladies, tunasahau eti pia men are involved. Ni projects ngapi tumeabort, eti juu wengi wetu tuko involved in tax evasion. So, najua mnashindwa ni nani? So, mimi naitwa Mejaji. Of course hili jina lijatajika, but maybe siku moja nitahitajika. Siwezi saulika pengine kwengine kukatalika, but if this happens, siwezi jikonzonalika, si hata exam room huwa situmilika. So, mimi ujitumangadili cause bado sijafika. I'm forced kukatarika cause sitaki kuwaibika. You know, niliuma sana kujua man attention seeker, the more I tried, the more I got sicker. Kutaka inheritance, niliamua kuamika. Tabia ni za prophet ka prophet Mika. Wanajambia heri kulala njaa kuliko kulalamika. Sina gasuka, but hizi lines nimezichonga na kuzipika. Pieces zangu huko adobe kaanza malika, na siku nitaji pata on top nitajua kazi yangu imekamilika, na hiyo time nitakubali kuunganika na malaika. Yeah, sounds like upepo umevuma. Too bad misi bendera ningefuata tu. Kwa hiyo race nilitaka kwa kwanza, bali nikambulia number 2. So far so good, kitu naofia ni kukosa food, cause siwezi kuwa in good mood. Bright future lies ahead. So I got to be real, sifai kupretend. I tend to lift my head high, nipate glimpse. But vitu zingine huko na edge, and I'm still a boy. That's my Mejaji. Yeah, so thank you. I'll appreciate your subscriptions, YouTube, Mejaji the Poet, TikTok pia. Nasikia wanama wafai ku TikTok, but sinanga ndevu na jitanga baby girl.
Inafaa badilishwe, jite baby girl, jite emoji. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're coming to the close of our event today. I take this opportunity to welcome the patron of the Kisii University Tax Society, so that he can carry on with the awards and accolades of the day. Begin makofi brother Edgar Marombo anapokuja.
How is everything so far? Turn to your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor. I see where you're favoring. Now, I see the friends you're favoring. Yes, I can see. Hata uko naenda urudi kwa huyu mwingine wa huku sasa. Yes. Tell them it's been a good day. It's been a wonderful day. But all good things have to come to an end at some point. Yes, sasa msijali. Tukamaliza tu, but the truth or the good thing is the end of this, the beginning taking thereof. We said we gave birth to the second national tax symposium in the morning. When we were eating cake, we will kill it in the evening. And when we kill it, we start giving birth to the third national tax symposium. So the end of this, it means the beginning of the preparation of the next one. And remember, we said the next one is going to be bigger, better, louder, and with a lot more richer. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the day, there are some remarkable people we have to recognize, appreciate, and award. Sindio, tangu asubuhi, we have been saying one or two things about you guys getting engaged. We've been appreciating people who are here, people who have done good work to bring us to the position where we are. We will just look at a few of them, and then we will say thank you to them. Now, and I will ask PFMR to help me give this award to... I say the award first, huh? Before I say who it goes to. Sindio? Yes. The award is our tax ambassador of the year. Sindio? Our tax ambassador of the year. We said Kisii University was the best tax society in the country. Now we have a best person who is here. Now that award this year goes to a gentleman called Amos Nyongesa. Huku umepata chance, unaona bwana, chance inapatikananga hivyo. He is our tax ambassador of the year. I will request kuja huku. You will receive it's not been signed yet, so you will receive. Then utanirudishia alafu tukisign na tuandike jina yako utakuja kuchukua. Si ndio? Situpigie sasa. Situpigie makofi. Someone is taking a photo. Songa hivyo kidogo. No, songa huku. Vitu ziko huku. There are better things this other side. Hapo, si bali, japiga picha. Wewe, rudi hapa. I want these guys to take a photo of this. Yes. So yes, so that tumpige makofi. Akicheka, akifurahi. Si ndio? Amazing. Thank you so much, Amos. You'll be an inspiration to others. Uambie kenye ulifanya pia wafanye kama hiyo. Si ndio? Next year we will improve the category. Sawa. Aya, nirudishie certificate yangu. Utakuja kuchukua next week once we finalize signing. Thank you. Thank you so much. This second and last award we are giving, we've been saying since morning, you tweet, or is it Xing now? You know, some of us are allergic to the word X. So when you hear it, you don't want taki kufanya. So it is Xing now. We've been saying X, trend as much as you can, so that we can have impact on social media. Anytime we are doing our events, of course, you understand that we don't want to be the only ones who are feeling the event. We want to feel the event, but we want guys who are out there to also feel the event and understand what we are doing. So for those who have made sure that people out there are able to feel our presence and get our message, I wanted to award one person, but they've brought me 5. And I am not going to say no to them. I'm going to accept and say sawa. So I will list their handles. I hope they know themselves. Ukisikia handle yako, then you will be able to come. And I will ask Corey to come and help me award them. One is Ann Wanjiru 49173. Ann Wanjiru 49173. Ako hapa ama alikuwa na trend akiwa nje? Oh, ako hapa. Oh, nice. Aya. Wa pili at Mbarakio. At Mbarakio. Kwani ni executive yake? Aya, ya tatu at Yusuf Mogi. Yusuf Mogi. Is he here? Oh, ndio huyo. Karibu sana, makofi kwake. Aya, wanne at It's Eric Maina. Usikuje wewe, najua umeshika kamera. Don't come, remain there. We will award. You can just wave from there. So he was taking photos and then copying them in the phone and posting them alone. Ndio maana akapatokelezea hapa. Ni sawa Eric. Thank you, good work. And then the last one is at Oduor Byron. Also a tech person. Ataki hata kuonekana amezoea kukaa nyuma ya kamera, but anajua kupost na kutweet. Now these ladies and gentlemen will, because it was supposed to be one person and now there are 5, we will just lakini mnaweza piga picha na certificate. Then we will give you yours. So you will give this certificate to all of them one by one. Wakipiga picha, then we will make some more for you and appreciate them. Ladies and gentlemen, these guys have assisted us to get impact out there, which is a good thing. We talked about us being in the world and digital world, so we get there. So makofi kwao. Thank you. Another category of people we will appreciate, though you've been here already, so we won't ask you to come back. We will just ask you to stand, but I know you will get a certificate later. We will appreciate you and give you your certificate later. The people who presented today. One, the first panel discussion plus the moderator. Number 2, the second panel discussion plus the moderator. Actually, just come take a photo with our guys here, and then we will be able to do that. The 2 panel groups, please come. The 4 presenters who presented items here, please come, all of you, so that you take a photo with our guests who are here. We will have you get your certificates later, having participated. You know, it is not easy standing up and taking this microphone and actually delivering to people who are your peers in terms of knowledge. They can challenge you in any way possible. So these ladies and gentlemen who are here have done a good job to make sure that we get content. And some of them, if you noticed, really researched and they learned quite a bit about what is happening. May I take this chance to just ask our guests to come and take a group photo with them here? I think nitasonga kando. Tuwapigie makofi, band nipe ngoma wakiendelea kukuja. They did a wonderful job helping us get content for this activity, and we appreciate everything they did. As we start preparing for the next one, may we do even more onto that. The last group of people that I will award, and so PFMR, don't sit down, come back. Come back. Actually, even Corey, come back and and then get this award. Now, they are not giving an award, they are receiving an award from us to appreciate that they are here, they were here, they have seen this dream with us, and they are willing to even continue walking the path with us to the next symposium. Now, in Kisii, when you come to Kisii, you don't go back without a soapstone. Sindio? Yes. So I will ask my chairman to please come and help me award this, and then speak to our guests. First to KRA. First to KRA. That is a soapstone from Kisii. We all know where that comes from, so that you can take back kwa ofisi mahali ukikumbuka siku yenye ulikuja Kisii. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. We say thank you so much to KRA for the work that they have done. and for being with us all through this time. We say thank you and we appreciate. And lastly, to PFMR, also to get this award and say thank you as they go back to Nairobi. We appreciate your work. Makofi kwao. They have. We say thank you. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. PFMR, we appreciate our guests. We say thank you for being with us up to late, for being with us for the last 2 days. Yeah, even 3 days because we were there from Wednesday up to now Friday. It's like they dedicated half their week to us. We normally say that in Africa there's nothing as precious as when someone gives you their time. They might deny you everything, but their time is reversible. So when they choose to give it to you, you make sure you appreciate in a very special way. So thank you so much. Our partners who are here, we appreciate. As we close, let me take this chance to just ask my executives to come up stage. Tuwapigie makofi wakikuja. They have done a lot of work to see this day come to be. They have worked. They have disturbed me. I have disturbed them. These ladies and gentlemen have worked so hard for the last couple of months to see this day come through. I'll just take this chance to give them a microphone for a minute to introduce themselves and say what they do, and then they will bring it back. I will circle back to the chair. We will remain here to give a vote of thanks, and then the band will close this session for us with the national anthem.
Good evening. I am Nyago Dalmas, the Director of Training, Kisii University Tax Society. Thank you for attending today's event. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dorothy Atieno Yuga. I'm the Vice Chair, Tax Society. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. Okay, my name is Anne Nogi. I'm the Treasurer.
Good evening. Good evening again. Okay, I'm privileged this evening because I've learned a lot, and it is an inspiration to me because over the last couple of years or months, I have been able to learn and also been able to interact with very many people. Today's event has been successful, and as you take the challenge, let's prepare for the third National Tax Symposium. Welcome again. Thank you.
Habari zenu, mko poa? So my name is John Gatere, the chairperson to the Tax Society of Kisii University. So kwanza kabisa ni kuwashukuru sana kwa kuja. Nikianza na representatives from Public Financial Management Reforms and Secretariat. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the sponsorship. Thank you to the representatives, the Kisii University for the support. Nashukuru pia KRA Kisii Office, KRA Headquarters. Asanteni sana kwa kutusupport. And next time round, itakuwa kitu kubwa. So tunashukuru sana na we are looking forward to engaging you more. Asanteni sana na mkienda mwende salama. Na wenye wanataka kujoin Tax Society bana, karibuni sana. Sawa sawa. Aya, asante.
Thank you so much. Tuwapigie makofi wanaporudi kuketi. They have done a remarkable job. I think I've disturbed them enough in the last 2 months until we actually delivered. So thank you so much for the work that you've done. We have one person who won something, Sindio, and we have forgotten her. Please come. Yes, she won herself an attachment at PFMR. So, just by coming in front here. So, karibu sana. I will ask you to take a photo with our guys from PFMR, then they will get to know you later, and then you will share with them the logistics around what you will do and how that will happen. So tuwapige makofi tafadhali, and I know that is not the only one that is going to happen. There are going to be others, but this is a good thing. That's what networking and interaction happens. Because even as we live here today, I can guarantee you that some of you also will get opportunities just from within this room. It might not have happened today, but it will happen in the next few days. Because when you know people, opportunities, when they come, they think about you. And now you are known to all of us. That means if opportunities come, I will think about you. They will think about you, and you'll be able to get. Karibu, come this side so that you can take a photo together. I think that photo you can take it back into your. If someone else shows up for that attachment, you can compare the faces with you and you. Makofi kwa Waban, give me a number as we appreciate them for the good work. Asante sana. And now we will come to the end. They normally say at the curtains close on the second National Tax Symposium in Kisii University. We are coming to that particular moment. I would ask us to remain upstanding and the band to also stand and lead us in a closing national anthem as we close this wonderful day, and we hope for more and better ones to come in the coming near and far distant future. Our band, please lead us in our national anthem for us to close. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. It's been wonderful having you. Happy rest of the evening. Network, exchange contacts, see what you can be able to get as we close up the day. Asante sana. Makofi, a round of applause as we finish. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Remember, we are continuing with filing returns. Those ones who still want to do that, you are the Asian Symposium kazi inaendelea. Asante sana DJ, you can give me a song as we close the app. Thank you so much.
KNTV, expanding your vision.
Kisii University Tax Society is currently ranked the best in the country. This is a team of volunteers dedicated to enhance tax compliance.